Probably why I got him quiet on the set like zip. Like it, love it, need it, bad. Take it, own it, steal it, fast. The boy stop playing, grab my ass. Acting like you shaft. Shut it, save it, keep it pushing while you beating round the bush and knowing you want all this woman. Never knock it till you try. Yeah. All of them bitches hating, I have you with me. All of my niggas saying you mad committed. Really to anybody, you had them pretty. All of the body, I need ass and titties.
Welcome back to the 5th BRICS Young Scientist Forum, everybody. I'm happy to start the second day of our work, and today we'll enjoy your presentations. First, a little reminder about the rules of the contest, just the main ones. The full version you can see in the file, terms and conditions of the BRICS Young Innovator Prize that you have been sent before. So, the prize focuses on projects and prototypes that should be used to improve the respective sectors and industries. The submitted projects must be innovative. They must be at the pre-market stage. The project must be relevant minimum for 3 out of 5 BRICS countries. The volume of sales of the project presented must not exceed $100,000 for the last calendar year before the competition. The presentation must be individual. Only one person is accepted for each presentation. The usage of paper, electronic notes and cues during the presentation is allowed. Both reading and speaking are rated equally. A note for the adjudicators, assessment step is always 1 point. So no fractions, just full points, please. There are 3 thematic areas for the Young Innovator Prize, and they are ecology, material science, and application of artificial intelligence in the areas of ecology and material science. Corporate innovations are not accepted, projects that are developed on the basis of a technology company by its employees. And the candidates must be under the age of 30. Again, for more details, you can take a look at the original file of the terms and conditions. And now some information for the adjudicators. Just a reminder, at the end of each day, today and tomorrow, 2 hours after we finish our presentations, please send the scoring table with field evaluation points based on the criteria in the terms and conditions file to me, to the moderator, and to the Russian jury member, Nina Yanikina. You have been sent the addresses by Albina Kutuzova a couple of days ago. At the end of the second day, you will be able to amend your evaluation points on the projects presented during the first day. And please note that after each presentation of the Young Innovator Prize, contestants, each of you, dear adjudicators, will be able to ask 1 question, only one, due to the limited time frame related to the big time difference between the BRICS countries. Again, questions will be accepted only from adjudicators, only from the jury. The timing of presentations in this online format will also be quite tough, so I apologize in advance, but I'll have to stop your speech if it is over 12 minutes. If you, dear adjudicators, have extra questions to ask, you can email the question to the presenter. The email can be found in the personal profile on the website of the forum. And please do not forget, in this case, to copy all the other adjudicators to this email so that they would know what you are asking about. And of course, the reply should also be a reply all option so that everybody would be able to see it. And again, if any one of the other participants has something to discuss with the speaker, you can always contact each other by email that can be found in the participant profile once you have logged in to the website BRICS-ysf2020.ru. Well, I guess that's it. Oh, I'm sorry, one more remark. Nina Yanikina, the Russian jury member, apologizes, but she is experiencing some technical issues and she will be with us today, but only in the chat format. She can see you, she can hear you, but she is not able to have her video and her voice seen and heard. So please apologize her for that. Now to your presentations. I guess that it's the time to begin the real scientific program. And our first speaker today is Ana Luisa Becerra Santos from Brazil.
Going to share my screen.
Yes, please share your screen. Just a reminder, you control your presentations yourselves. Yeah, so you
Can everyone?
It's okay. So you're pulling up your presentation, right, to share the screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we see it now. Thank you. You can begin.
Oh, great. So, hi everyone. I'm Ana from Brazil. Today I'll present you how we plan to solve the water problem in about 10 minutes. But first, let me introduce myself. I'm Ana. At the age of 15, I devised the technology that I will present today. At the age of 17, with the objective of tackling the technology on the market, I founded STW. At the age of 21, I graduated in biotechnology. And since then, the work that my team and I are doing has been recognized internationally, even by the UN. But who is STW? Safe Drinking Water for All is a startup with a social environmental impact internationally recognized for its work in the development of innovative water technology that change life, especially in rural areas. We know that water is life's most basic need, but there is a water crisis in our world right now. Seriously, a crisis nearly 1 billion people live without clean drinking water and sanitation. Huge part of them in the BRICS countries, huge part of them in the rural areas where access to water is really difficult. During my studies on rural area in Brazil, I initially thought that this problem would soon be solved with the arrival of the cistern, which is this kind of reservoir, which uh, benefited more than 1.4 million families here in Brazil, but this water is not drinkable due to the lack of cleaning of the capture roofs and maintenance of the equipment. It presents microbiological contaminations, which cause waterborne disease, mainly affect children. Data shows that every year 361,000 children die from waterborne diseases, and contaminated water affects just about everything. It harms the education, health, economy of communities that has this problem, considered as priorities by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So at the age of 15, I decided to do something to change this reality. And so Aqualuz came about, the only technology that aimed to treat system water using solar radiation in 3 simple steps. The water is pumped, exposed to the sunlight for 1 to 4 hours, depending on the radiation level of the day. And then the chemical sensor changes color and alerts users that the water can be removed for consumption. Best of all, the only maintenance need is cleaning with water and soap during the 20 years of using of the technology. The methodology that we use to create Aqualuz is called SODIS. It uses the sun's ultraviolet and infrared radiation to treat the water and kills the microorganisms. It's recommended by the CDC and has many results, such as reducing diarrhea disease from 9% to 86% in some places, but it has limitation of exposure time of 6 to 48 hours and release of toxin chemicals in the water by the plastic bottle. Aquarus is better in the time and also that it's inert. It doesn't to any chemicals in the water. Aqualus also has several validations of the water analysis that prove it's efficient in leaving the unsafe water into safe, always compared before and after the treatment. In addition to market validation that attests to the effectiveness of the solution compared to the most used solutions in rural area, such as those here. In the case of clay filter, Aqualus is better in terms of cost and simplicity of maintenance. In the case of chlorine, it's better because it has no health risk and boil for the lowest cost and be more sustainable. Today, our impact is more than 1.9 thousand people happy with Aqualus and a better quality of life, generating more than 30 millions of liters of water during the 20 years of use of the technology, where we have an incredible social return. Each dollar invested in Aqualus generates more than $70 of savings for the families. The project with Aqualus works in a very complete way. To guarantee this real social impact, we diagnose and map the communities, then train and implement the technology, and followed by remote and face-to-face monitoring. In addition to Aqualuz, this year SCW has been working to increase its portfolios, like Aquasolina, a technology to treat brackish water, Sanoseco, a dry toilet with fertilizer generation, Sanoplant, a natural gray water treatment system for reuse in irrigation, and the listed on the market Aquapluf, a laboratory with 10 years of durability, double foot operation, that uses rainwater as an alternative source of water and emerged during the pandemic as our way of contributing to society, a technology also patented by us as well. For this work, also focused on social innovation, we have already won dozens of awards, some international from renowned institutions such as MIT and UN, as well as gain visibility in national and international media, being used in more than 100 vehicles in Brazil, US, and Europe. Our goal for the next 4 years is to expand our impact in other continents, benefiting more than 1 million people and with a total of 10 technology developed for different water and sanitation problems. Some of the BRICS countries could also be included. For this, we have a financial project until 2023. This has already passed. This is what we achieved, and it's to guarantee the company sustainability and monitor the results. If we win the BRICS award, we would be able to potentialize the impact even faster. We would use the prize for the development of new technologies, the improvement of Aqualus, and in the commercialization, markets, and sales. To achieve such success, we have a multidisciplinary team divided into three groups. The operational, which is facing the daily demands. We have the sales centers responsible for the commercial expansion, as well as the R&D nucleus responsible for validating the technologies created by us, in partnership with several institutions in Brazil and one in Switzerland. EWOC is the same institution that developed, as I showed before, right here, is the same that developed for decades work with SODIS and other water technologies. This is a complete team with a unique purpose to democratize access to drink water and sanitation in the whole world. And now I invite you, let's kill thirst in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. And now questions from the adjudicators, if you have any, and we'll go in the order of the BRICS country names. So do we have a question from Mr. Filiu?
Oh, okay. Thank you. My microphone was off.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ana Luisa, for great presentation. My question goes about how are public policies taking being involved with this project? I mean, if we consider like Brazil reality and other BRICS as well, in some areas you have I mean, the public policies are decisive on um, delivering these new technologies to poverty and in areas where we have where water is not so available. So could you comment on that?
Yes, so we are dealing with innovative technology. That is the main difficult part to make it available to the government and the public sector, because as it's so new technology, it's really difficult for them to have opportunities for us to provide the technology for those communities. So our approach is right now we are focused on the corporate social responsibility project. So the private sector buys some lots of the technology, some kits with sometimes 100 units, 200 units, implementing in those communities for free. And then we monitoring. Right now we are with 387 units implemented in 5 states of Brazil, and with that, we want to show the results to the public sector. And once they know of the success of the technology, the how we can improve the community's life and also reduce uh, the money invested in the public health, as we are going to reduce the waterborne disease, then will be more possible for us to do a partnership. But it's completely in our interest to do it. Once we could do it, we would, of course, grow much faster, as the government is also responsible for the public policy that implemented the cistern. So it's completely our interest for doing partnerships like this, not only in Brazil, but in other countries, in other continents, would be even better working with the public sector.
Thank you very much, Anna. Now a question from the Russian adjudicator, from Nina Yanikina, and please try to make it a little more brief, so that we don't run out of time completely by the end of the day. So thank you, Anna, for the presentation. How do you see your project in 5 years, is the question.
Great. So, Nina, for us, it's we can achieve much more potential with several technologies that will solve several different problems in water and sanitation. So, I see my company, my startup, working in several continents with a fabric in several points of the continent. Yeah, that's it. We want to achieve the main goal to make access to clean water and sanitation available for everyone. So we focus on rural area that are more required technology that is simple maintenance and that could be really addressable in a long time, like durability of Aqualus with 20 years. There is no other technology that could last for this long.
Thank you very much. Now a question from the adjudicator from India, Dr. Kumar, if you have it.
Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. Rather, it is the need of the world, particularly for the poor people. As you have mentioned in your presentation that it is a low-cost device, have you compared it with other available low-cost solutions in the market? Or what are the steps you are going to take to keep it cost really low? Yeah, my question is over.
Repeats the question. I didn't understand.
I'm saying that this is a low-cost device, and
Yes.
have you compared with other technologies available in the market? Then how you're claiming that it is a low cost, really low cost device? And my second part of my question is, what are the measures you will take to keep its cost really low?
Okay, so we use really cheap materials that are also recyclable and has a really huge durability. And comparing to those solutions, we also do a comparison based on the durability. As Aqualus lasts for 20 years, the price can be diluted for this as there is no maintenance needed. And the lowest cost solution available on market are the chlorine chlorination. I have in my presentation I put the information. Chlorine, the cost per liter treated is 80 cents, and Aqualus is 15 cents. Clay filter is 24 cents, and boiling is $9.24. So Aqualus is the second less expensive, but chlorine has some damage to health. Aqualus, there is no damage as we just use the sun to treat the water. It's a really nature-based solution that can be helpful to treat the water and make it drinkable.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from the adjudicator from China, Dr. Jenny Guo?
Yes. I have a question for Anna. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Yeah. Anna is very good starting. And my question is, it seems for me, the filter and the sensor is your key innovation. So my question is, do you or your team actually own the technology of the durable sensor and the filter? So, or you partnership or work with others?
Yeah, we are right now we are using existing technology, but for the next version of Aqualus, we will develop our own better sensor. So also the money of the prize, if we win, would be applicable to improve the sensor of Aqualus, so we can also incorporate as our patent.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Question, if we have it, from South Africa adjudicator, Mr. Vusis Kosana.
Good afternoon, Anna. My question requires a little bit of clarity. I've understood Safe Drinking Water to be the holding institution for over 10 products or so. How do I evaluate the trading or the amount of money that a Safe Drinking Water is the holding institution has made over the last year or two, while there's other 10 products that are also in the company? How do you separate this cost in one holding company?
So right now I don't have this data in the presentation, but I don't know if I fully understand would be how the investment would be diluted in those technologies. We aim to create several technologies for different problems of water related. Like Aqualus is to clean water with microbiological contamination. Aqua Soline is for brackish water. We know that there is so much problems water related that we need a specific problem, but not too specific, that could be addressed to also millions of people at the same time. So we want to make it implementation of those technology one per time. We don't want to put everything together at the same time. We have a plan of launch each technology in a specific time. So Aqualus was the first, Aquapluf is the second, the next one would be Aquasolina, the next Sanoseco and Sanoplants. Those one can be used together because they really are easy to be placed together. Yeah, I guess, was that your question?
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm still finding it difficult to understand how do you separate the other 10 product from this SODIS technology that you are working on. But I think the explanation helps a little bit. But thank you very much. Great presentation.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah,
very
so
much.
it's
Yeah, I'm sorry, Anna, for
just
the interruption.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. If you have some more details to send, you can just reply in an email, and I think that's how we can do it, how we can work it out. And now let's move on to the next presentation, and it's by Daria Komkova from Russia.
Second, yes.
The floor is yours. Please share your screen.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's just a minute. Yeah, let's start with the start. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Daria. I'm from Institute of Metal Physics in Yekaterinburg. And today I'm going to present you my project devoted to innovative technologies of producing magnesium plates, foils, and wires for wide application from constructional engineering to pharmaceutical science. Since the day that when magnesium was discovered, these metals and its alloys is of interest, of great interest for scientists a lot of around the world. And that's why, it's because magnesium has a great number of advantages. For example, it's one of the lightest metals in the world, and also it combines high straight to weight ratio and high specific stiffness. And moreover, this metal is quite biocompatible, and it could be found in our organism, and also magnesium participates in many biological processes in human body. So its metal seems to be quite attractive. And of course, it is already used in constructional engineering, for example, in aircraft, automotive industries. But usually the price of final products produced from magnesium could be very high. For example, here you can see the cost of 1 millimeter plate depends on these dimensions, and it could be really high. It's because of the difficulty that could be appear during magnesium deformation. Mostly magnesium is deformed at high temperatures, higher than 150 degrees. And also industries used multi-stage treatments to obtain thin plates and foils. And of course, it influence on the final cost. The scientists all around the world in the latest years try to invent new deformation method that could allow deform magnesium at temperatures lower than 100 degrees. Our team of the project, here you can see the main 6 members of that project, and 3 of them already have a PhD degree in physics and engineering, and 3 of us just young researcher and we are very excited to be a part of these technologies. We offer 3 methods of magnesium deformation at low temperatures that could help to refine magnesium structure at low temperatures, and also to improve magnesium improved mechanical properties. For example, the first one is lateral extrusion. These methods allow to obtain thin plates and foils for magnesium with high ductility and formability. For example, here you can see examples of our samples. And this is 1 millimeter plate, and this plate is has quite high ductility for further deformation at room temperature by rolling, and could be rolled up to thin foils of 10 or 30 micrometers in thickness. And usually such thickness is hard to achieve by usual methods. Other technology is backward extrusion with backward pressure. In this case, we, after deformation by backward extrusion, we obtain magnesium cups with different wall thickness from 1 millimeter to 4 millimeters, and the thickness of the wall depends on the gap between the punch in the inner wall of the container, steel container. The advantage of these technologies is that we can obtain not only cups with diameter about 3 or 5 centimeters, but we can obtain cups with diameter about 5 millimeters or 8 millimeters. It could be quite interesting for constructional engineering. And the thickness of the wall of such cups is about 200 micrometers. Also, these methods could be used for magnesium alloy. For example, we try to deform alloy AZ31, one of the famous industry alloys. And we obtain the same cup with very thick wall and with high ductility. Here you can see the result of our structural and mechanical properties investigation. Here you can see the structure of magnesium at the beginning of the deformation, initial state of pure magnesium at different magnification. And after even one stage of deformation by lateral extrusion or backward extrusion, we obtain the structure with fine grain, and the average grain size could achieve about 1-3 micrometers after lateral extrusion and about 5 micrometers after backward extrusion. Of course, such as refinement structure influence on mechanical properties. Usually for cast pure magnesium, for example, elongation after Townsville test could achieve about 6 or 8%. In our case, we could achieve the value about 21%, and it's quite interesting result, and it shows that our methods after such deformation treatment, we obtain pure magnesium with improved mechanical properties. Another one method is used to obtain magnesium rods and ultrafine composites. Usually such rods of 3 millimeters in diameter are obtained by hydroextrusion at a high temperature, about 100 degrees, because if you are trying to deform it at room temperature, for example, the rod would be destroyed during deformation. We offer the shell to prevent the cracking of the sample, and as a result, we obtained such thin rods that could be drawn by ultra-fine wires of 0.25 millimeters in diameter. And this method could be also used to produce magnesium, cuprum magnesium and aluminate magnesium composites. And here you can see the example, one of the examples of such composites. Actually, these black holes, are rods of magnesium inside cuprum matrix. Here you can see this is just one magnesium rods inside cuprum matrix, and here about 49 magnesium rods inside magnesium, actually inside cuprum. Actually, such rods could achieve about 1 million magnesium wires inside cuprum matrix. And this composite could be used to produce high straight wires for electricity, and magnesium foils and plates are of interest for energy industries. For example, they could play a role of anodes in a new type of batteries. And also such methods could help to wide magnesium application in engineering, and also could lower the final cost of the product, because we avoid any heat treatment and also multi-stage treatments. In medicine, such thin wires and plates could be used for membranes and for some ligatures and staples. And there are a lot of projects how to use magnesium alloys in medicine, but as for pure magnesium, the application is quite limited. So we hope this could help.
Last minute,
and
please.
Here the advantages of development technologies, as I said, using this deformation method could lower the temperature of deformation, could help to obtain magnesium with ultrafine structure, and also it could help to develop a new method of deformation of low plastic materials, and to help of using magnesium in different areas and fields. Thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to answer your questions.
Great, Daria, thank you very much. A little request from organizers to the adjudicators and the presenters to try to keep the questions and the answers very short, because otherwise we'll run out of our schedule. And first, if you have any questions from Mr. Filiu. No? Okay, I cannot see the chat right now, so any question from Dr. Kumar, please?
Yeah. So since the use is diverse, so how you are going to validate your technologies? You are making the plates, wires, different items for pharmaceuticals. So they are having the drains and different tools are required for the validation of your technology. So what is your plan for that?
In general, you mean how we are going to use all these technologies for different areas? Yeah. Actually, we are looking for collaboration with specialized in this sphere And now we are in contact with some some medicine science who are interested in these kind of membranes on all wires. And I guess this conference is one of the way to, the main goal of how to separate all these technologies is maybe to find at first collaboration and specialists who are interested in this. And we can choose the right way, where we have to produce our technology.
Thank you very much. A question from China, Dr. Jenny Guo. Do you have it?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
For Daria. Actually, for me, your presentation is too much about the explore and your research oriented. But I'm wondering what's your business model? Because for me, it's such a long way between clinic technology to actual products. So what's your business model and I mean for next several years of your plans?
You are right. The main part of this work is about fundamental research of magnesium structure and properties. But we hope we could, after some collaboration with medicine specialists, we could use our samples, and after that maybe we could be more particular about our business plan. I guess right now most of the money would be spent on research, on the further research of these technologies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have a question from Mr. Skosana?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very simple question. So what are the resource requirements to take you one step towards the product being applicable to the market? What money and what resources do you need to get your technology to market? I'm trying to connect the previous question also to get a sense what next, because I feel there's a little bit too early in the development. What would you do if you get some money? What would be your next step?
Our next step is would be provide some medical experience about. I don't mean I don't mean that we are going to use in medicine right now. I mean, we need our next step is some additional research of how these, for example, plates and foils would behave in some physical fluids. I mean, blood or something like that.
Thank you very much. I'm being told that Mr. Filiu has a question.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Could you comment a little bit about the large-scale production of those foils? Have you tested something along that direction?
Yeah, we're working. We're trying to produce membranes based on these foils, working with our colleagues from Russian University, Ural Federal University in Yekaterinburg, now we're in the stage of using these membranes for fluids, because to provide technologies of obtaining such members is another difficult question for such research.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from Nina Yenikina.
Hello, everyone. Daria, thank you for your presentation. Actually, going back to the question from the Previous members of the jury, I wonder what is the specific kinds of support that you right now do have to this for this specific research on the one standpoint, and could you please tell us what are your again next steps from the standpoint of getting resources for the future research? And so it is actually the second question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to keep it. We
yeah.
have to. Yes, we have
Yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah, sure,
have
sure.
just one.
And finally, just a brief word about what is your initial goal in participation in the competition. What is your vision of the result?
The first question, we have a financial support of our institute and also a financial support of Russian Foundation of Basic Research for 2 years project. As for the next step of our research, I think as I said, we are going to try some medical experience, and also we would like to use our technologies for medical type of magnesium alloys. And as for the purpose of the invitation of the participation in this conference, I guess, is to attract as much attention to our research. Maybe someone could be interested in some collaboration on, maybe could find this topic quite useful.
Thank you very much, Daria. Thank you. And our next presentation is from India, Sayantan Sinha.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Jury members, delegates, and fellow scientists. I am Sayantan Sinha, representative of Indian delegation. I am with Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Today I'll be talking about development of a fluorescent peptide-based sensor for rapid and specific detection of SARS-CoV-2 in environment. To begin with, let us understand the pathogenicity of SARS-CoV-2. So we know that right now the entire world is under the infection of SARS-CoV-2. The SARS-CoV-2 is a virus of the coronavirus family, and the disease that is caused by the virus is COVID-19. Similar kind of pandemic has been reported during 2002 and 2003 by SARS-CoV, and similarly MERS-CoV infected lots of Gulf countries during 2012. Other strains from the same coronavirus family, which infects humans, are there, but the onset of the disease are not that much crucial, and it is easily recoverable. So what is novel in this SARS-CoV-2 that makes it so much pathogenic? The answer lies is that a mutation that has occurred in the spike glycoproteins that is present on the surface of the virion. So we know that for a virus to survive, it is necessary for the virus to undergo replication and multiply itself into new virions. It can only do so if it interacts with a host cell, that is, infect the host cell. For in this case, SARS-CoV-2 interacts with the ACE2 enzyme or protein of the host cell, that is humans, that is present in the epithelial cells of our lungs. This is the total life cycle of SARS-CoV-2 that we have already published recently. This is a simpler version. I am not going into the details due to time constraint. However, SARS-CoV-2 interacts with the ACE2 protein of the human cell, and it releases its genomic material. The ribosome from the host cell undergoes the immediately acts on the host genome, and it forms the viral protease, and polypeptides, the protease acts on the polypeptides to form the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase and other non-structural proteins, which ultimately form the replication and translation machinery, and the life cycle goes on. So what is the need to develop a sensor for the novel coronavirus 2? We know detection is prevention. So SARS-CoV-2, if it infects the individual, we know that it will start infecting other people, and slowly it will spread into the community. What we are doing right now, we are using masks and we are maintaining social distancing, but I don't think that will be a viable solution. The best solution is that if we can isolate the individual who is infected or any contaminated objects or places and break the chain of infection. So at present, the existing technology that can detect SARS-CoV-2 is through an RNA-dependent RT-PCR technique. And in that technique, the sample is collected from the patient, and then RNA extraction is done, and reverse transcription is done to form the cDNA using and it's amplified using the qPCR technique, and then tagging it with a fluorescent dye will help us to understand if the number of copies is more than the threshold limit, and we say that the patient is positive. So saying this, we can understand that a lot of special training is needed to handle this technology. And of course, it is not economic and lots of time is needed. Similarly, detection of RNA cannot specify the real-time infection in the patient. So we propose our technology. Our technology, you take any sample, may it be biological or environmental, no need for processing. We have our sensor ready in a microcentrifuge tube. You mix it, and you get the specialized and significant results of detecting the SARS-CoV-2 through a signature fluorescence peak. So this is the general difference between the existing technology needs sample preparation. Our process don't need sample preparation. It's laborious existing technology. Ours is user-friendly. The existing technology takes minimum 24 hours. Our technology is quite rapid. Within 10 minutes, it's over. Detects only CoV-2 RNA. Existing technology, however, our process detects the CoV-2 virus. Presence of RNA always does not confirm real-time infection, whereas detection of virus is more specific. Existing technology is costly, ours is economic. So about the sensor designing. So we were greatly inspired by your recent publication in Nature from the Zhang group. They have studied the interaction of SARS-CoV-2 spiked protein and SARS-CoV spiked protein with the ACE2 protein. And from the study, we have found out that a unique interaction in the SARS-CoV-2 is the lysine 417 amino acid interacts with the D30, that is the aspartic acid amino acid in the ACE2, which is not present in SARS-CoV because the lysine 417 in SARS-CoV is mutated with valine 404. And so this unique interaction is not there. And due to this unique interaction of lysine 417 and D30, the SARS-CoV-2 shows more pathogenicity than SARS-CoV. So we decided, why not we use this technology, or why not we introduce aspartic acid-rich sequence in our sensor to detect specifically the SARS-CoV-2. So saying that, we developed our proposed design. This is our proposed design. This is basically a pentachromophoric peptidomimetic system. It has two important parts. This is the scaffold, or the originator of the FRET, relay FRET process, and the aspartic acid sequence, which will recognize or bind to the spike proteins on the surface of the virus. And as a process, on excitation of the scaffold, it will excite the F1 fluorophore, which will excite the F2 fluorophore, and we'll get the signature emission peak. So talking about the pentapeptide scaffold, this pentapeptide scaffold we have already synthesized and reported in our publication. So basically this contains an orthometa aromatic triazolyl amino acid in the center of the backbone. So this presence of this orthometa aromatic triazolyl amino acid helps us to form a beta structure, hairpin structure, which helps us to place our chromophores at the C-terminal, pyrene in the C-terminal end, and the perilene in the N-terminal end, in such a way that we get a very nice photophysics originating from the orthometa aromatic triazolyl amino acid to the pyrene and to the perilene. So understanding the photophysics, we thought, why not system, and we took BSA, bovine serum albumin, as a model protein, and we found out that our pentapeptide chromophoric sensor is giving a signature peak on interaction with the BSA. So now we thought that why not we introduce this in our new sensor. So this is the entire design of our sensor. It contains the part of scaffold, which we have already synthesized, and this is the originator of our actual fret process. And this is the main key part, that is the B-rich sequence, which we believe will interact with the spiked protein amino acids and will specifically detect the SARS-CoV-2. Therefore, we proceeded with our D-rich sequence for further studies. So we modeled the spiked protein. So this is the spiked glycoprotein of SARS-CoV-2. It has two subunits, as we know, the S1 subunit and the S2 subunit. The S1 subunit has two parts, mainly the N-terminal domain and the C-terminal domain. The N-terminal domain is basically, it identifies the carbohydrate part, whereas the S1 or the C-terminal domain, this is this consists of the receptor binding domain, and it has the conserved region of the amino acids. We can see the red portion. This is the amino acids in the conserved region which interacts with the host proteins. So this is known as, we say, as the receptor binding motif. So our first objective was to find out whether our D-rich sequence can interact with the amino acids present in this receptor binding motif. And we found out, interestingly, that these yellow sections are the amino acids which with which our D-rich sequence interacts. So our first objective of interacting with SARS-CoV-2 glycoprotein is achieved. So this is the video of different poses that we have obtained from the protein-protein docking studies. This is our D-rich sequence, which is binding to the amino acids in the receptor binding motif. These are different anterior, posterior views, lateral views. And now we are focused on the interaction with the catalytic site amino acids. This is the interaction. Okay. So we can see here our D-rich sequence is interacting with the amino acids present in the receptor binding motif of the spiked glycoprotein. These are the types of interactions. We are having all sets of hydrophobic interactions with the amino acids, hydrogen bonding interactions, van der Waals interactions, salt bridges. And interestingly, we have a very nice docking score of minus 176.406 binding energy kilocal per mole. So now we want to see whether our final objective, that whether our sensor D-rich sequence can specifically identify the unique interaction of lysine 417 is possible or not. So we found out that, interestingly, lysine 417 is forming that unique salt bridge. So now we are totally sure that our designed sensor can detect SARS-CoV-2 uniquely. This is the interaction system. So already we have achieved the molecular designing of the unnatural peptide sensor. That is done. The fluorescent pentapeptide scaffold has been synthesized already, and it has been reported. We have totally covered the in silico study, protein-protein interaction study, and now we have confirmed that our sensor can identify SARS-CoV-2 specifically. So what we need to do, we have to assemble the already synthesized scaffold and our D-rich sequence, and we have to apply it in the experimental section with the SARS-CoV-2 experimentally in a BSO2 advanced lab. So for this, what we need a generous funding of 12,72,000, which is covered in this in the price of the competition. So as we have already synthesized the pentapeptide scaffold, so we have saved the time of 3 to 4 months. We only need another 5 months to complete our project and deliver the product. So these are some glimpses of my campus. It's a beautiful campus. You are welcome to visit the campus. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shantan. Now, do we have a question from Mr. Filiu? And once again, a reminder to all adjudicators, please, one brief question and one brief answer from our participants. Mr. Filiu?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for your nice presentation. Could you comment a little bit about your view on the kind of device that you are going to measure this light emission for detecting the interaction between SARS-CoV-2 and and the
This is
target
actually,
molecule?
yeah, so this is actually a peptide-based sensor, which is having a fluorescent scaffold, which helps in originating the FRET process. So very basically, if we say when our de-rich sequence is interacting with the virus spike proteins, then it will generate a signature fluorescence peak, and which can be directly visible in the naked eye as well as with instrumentations also. So we aim to develop it as a spray. So like a sanitizer spray is what we use today. If you spray on the contaminated surface, also you can detect the virus, as well as it can be used in pathology laboratories for detection of patient samples.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from Ms. Yanikina? No, then do we have a question from Dr. Kumar?
Thank you, Mr. Shantan, for very nice presentation. In type of technology we need, however, it has to be cost-effective, rapid, and reliable. So the two things you have already covered: the cost-effectiveness and its rapidness. My query is just that what is the security of its accuracy? How
Yeah.
much
So
accurate results will
yeah.
get?
Yeah, so actually, sir, if we see right now, the PCR technology, it detects the RNA, as we know. RNA does not, if you have, maybe a patient is having RNA sample in the body, it does not mean that the patient is having the infection from the virus at that time. But our technology will detect the virus itself. We are not going into any RNA or anything. We are detecting the virus itself. So it will be more specific and more targeted towards saying that this surface is contaminated or this patient sample is having the infection.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you
very
very much.
much. Do we have a question from Dr. Janie Guo?
Yes, yes. My question, lots of questions, but most important one I think is your project should be cataloged into IT or biology. It's not everyone from the ecology, material, or artificial intelligence like we actually focus or priority targeted for this kind of competition. So what's your explanation for the fields, I mean?
No, actually, this project is basically based on a chemical biology approach. In my project, I have already explained that we have designed or synthesized peptidomimetic sensors, which is and we have studied the interaction with the protein, BSA protein. I have already mentioned that is entirely based on the chemistry. And secondly, as we are targeting to lack of fundings and everything, we cannot target the SARS-CoV-2 at this time. So we have done the computational studies. And basically, during in the main document of the project, it was there that if we, in ecology section, we can target detection of SARS-CoV-2 also.
Actually, it's chemistry or biology, but now should be ecology. So it's
No,
totally different kind of definition.
Yeah, I understand, but in the BRICS literature, it was mentioned that SARS-CoV-2 detection is a part of the ecology project.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your reply. And do we have a question from Mr. Skosana?
Okay, what are the other team members' contribution and competencies? I could only pick up yourself and the supervisor to the research. What are the competencies that are brought in to help align your solution with the market specification and standards? I just want to understand what is the team composition.
Yeah, actually, right now we are basically a research lab, and I have my supervisor, who is a well-known scientist in this field. So we are in process. That is why we need the recognition from the BRICS, and also we have some generous helping hands from our DST as well as the National Innovation Foundation in our country. We are approaching them, and in our next step, after developing, if we get this funding, we will definitely approach to our National Innovation Foundation for further help.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the next presentation by Jihua Fu from China. We will not be able to see the presenter, but we'll see the presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. The connection of my computer is not very good, so the camera should be closed. I'm very sorry about that. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm very pleased to take part in this contest today. And the program I want to share with you is about the engineered bacterial biofilms that is designed for water disinfection. As we all know, water is a source of life, but if the water is contaminated with virus, it will easily cause various diseases like the diarrhea, hepatitis, or even cancer. And according to the data from Bloomberg, as shown in this figure, we can countries around the world, including the BRICS countries, are suffering from the problems of virus-contaminated water. As listed in the table below, we can see that in Brazil, waterborne virus infection caused 2.5 deaths in the children under 5, and in Russia, 5% of the adults are infected by hepatitis C. Also in India, around 38 million people are affected by waterborne diseases annually. And in China, 95% of the infants have virus-associated diarrhea during the first 2 years of life. Also in South Africa, acute diarrhea illness ranks the third leading cause of childhood mortality in children under 5. So disinfection of the viral pathogens in water is critical. And then let's have a look at the market size of the disinfectants. From this chart, we can see that the market size of disinfectants and by size is estimated to increase from $12 billion to $16 billion from the year of 2018 to 2026 at a compound annual growth rate of 6%. So obviously, we can see that the market is huge and promising. And at present, the commonly used water disinfectants are some chemicals like chlorine and ozone. But the problem is that using these chemicals will produce toxic byproducts. And these byproducts will cause cancer in various organs in human bodies, as listed in this plot. For instance, like the thyroid cancer, breast cancer, intestine cancer, liver and renal cancer. So some countries, like the United States, have published the regulations to minimize the formation of these byproducts in the process of water disinfection. So from the above mentioned, it is urgent to develop an efficient and green method for water disinfection. And here, as shown in Figure A, we are trying to engineer the natural biofilms with some functional peptides, and then the resultant biofilms will be able to capture the virus particles and then eliminate them from water. After using the engineered biofilms, the virus in water will be thoroughly removed with no toxic byproducts generated. And the removing efficiency is confirmed by cell culture experiments, as shown in Figure B. We can see that no mammalian cells are infected by the water after treated with the biofilm. We have also set up a simple device, as illustrated here, to simulate the disinfection process. This is the zoom-in image. This is a commonly used industrial filler, and the fillers is firstly coated with the engineered biofilms, and then they are put into this tube. After that, the polluted environmental water is allowed to flow through flow through this device, and the removing efficiency can reach 100%, which is confirmed by qPCR assay as shown in the right figure. By the way, qPCR is one of the most sensitive assays in detecting virus. And in this process, no energy import and no infrastructure are required. So in conclusion, all biofilms are very promising materials, which is environmental friendly, energy saving, and equipment free. Therefore, all materials might be very practical for those undeveloped regions based on the advantages mentioned above. According to WHO, 150 million people are using the surface water without proper sanitation. And to address the problems, we also aim to explore more functional biofilms targeting more pathogens in water, as is presented here. The fillers are integrated with a mixture of different functional biofilms, and then filled in this container. And this device will be able to eliminate different pathogens from water, and it could also be used domestically due to the low demand on facilities. Compared with other water disinfection technologies, our technology has the advantages of high efficiency, low cost, and no pollutants produced. And compared with other antivirus technologies, the development cycle and cost of the engineered biofilms are much lower, and the average R&D cycle to develop a newly functionalized biofilm targeting a certain virus is about 2 weeks, while the other technologies will cost several months or even longer. And our development strategy is mainly in 4 stages, and now we are in the research stage. We have successfully constructed the biofilms which can remove influenza virus particles efficiently from water. And in addition to influenza virus, we are also trying to develop functional biofilms targeting other viral pathogens like the norovirus, rotavirus, adenovirus, and hepatitis virus, and so on. And in this stage, it is estimated to cost 10,000 RMB to develop different kinds of functional biofilms. And then we will do the small test and the pilot test. We plan to cooperate with sewage treatment plants to test the performance of our products. And we will also take samples from hospitals to do the virus disinfection test. In this stage, another 10,000 RMB is required for sample collection and small-scale manufacturing of the products, and also we will do the and also in the 3rd stage we will do the batch production, and in this stage it is about 30,000 RMB is required to manufacture the products in large scale. And if everything goes well, we will promote our products to the market. And in this stage, we may need partners with professional marketing and sales experiences. And this is our team is now includes 3 people, and I am Jiahua Pu, PhD of Biomaterials, serving as the CEO and CFO, and Yi Liu is a PhD of Synthetic Biology. He will serve as CTO and COO. And we also have our Chief Technical Advisor, Professor Chao Zhong. He is an expert in biomaterials, and he did his postdoctoral research in MIT, and now he is a professor in Shenzhen Institute of Advanced Technology. Also, we have applied for the PCT patent and have got the Chinese patent granted. Our related work has been published in the Journal of Advanced Science as a cover article, and is highly recognized by peers. Our technology is innovative to water treatment industry, and we hope that our products will help those people who lack of qualified water services. Better water, better life. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from Mr. Filiu.
Hey. Well, thank you for your presentation. Could you comment a little bit about how specific the biofilms are to target some virus, and how? That's the question. How specific are those biofilms?
Yeah. Okay, thanks for your question. The biofilm can capture virus through the interaction between the peptide, which is fused on the biofilm, and the protein on the surface of the virus. And the peptide and the interaction between the peptide and the surface protein of the virus is very specific. The peptide is screened out by phage display technology, so the interaction is very specific. It's a one-to-one interaction.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from Dr. Kumar?
Yeah, I'm concerned about its safety, as lots of biofilms were found, toxic, and many times its matrix was also found, toxic. So, what is the assurance of the safety and safety of the water?
Okay. The biofilm is secreted by the bacteria, and considering about the biosafety issues, we apply the probiotics as a host. So, probiotics is also is always to be non-pathogenic. It will not do harm to human body. So we think that our material is safe.
No, it cannot be, I think.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Nina Yanikina. I'll voice it. Why have you decided to participate in this competition? With what goal? And what's your vision from the result of the competition?
It's a good question, and we participate in this competition because we want to promote our technology to the water treatment industry, and we hope that our products will help those people who lack of qualified water services in the people in undeveloped regions.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from Mr. Skosana?
Yeah, certainly. Are you able to confirm where the patent has been issued for? Which countries have you protected the patent? This question is on the basis of understanding which markets are you targeting. So, in short, where have you protected this technology? Because I heard that it's only been patented in China also.
The patent has been granted in. We have applied for the PCT patent, and have got the Chinese patent granted. And the market of our product is the target market is water disinfection market, I think.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation and for your answers. Little information for everybody. It looks like we are running without a coffee break today in our group. And our next speaker is from South Africa, Fortune Nosi.
Okay. Good day, BRICS delegates. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to do this presentation today. I shall start by sharing my screen, and then I shall then go into my presentation. I do hope that my screen is visible.
Not yet. Yes, now we can see.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so my name is Fortune Nosi. I am representing Nosi Beam. Nosi Beam is a solar energy products and solutions company. We are currently focusing on PV technology and building integration, hence why our tag name Beam in, Solutions Out. So photon beams in and we get the solutions out. This company is formed on a team that includes myself. I am the director and founder of Nosi Beam. I have a background experience of property construction and property development, as well as a newly introduced experience within the photovoltaic. I work with various stakeholders within my team on contractual basis, being universities, startup companies that assist us with our R&D and that we have collaborations with, as well as industry bodies that control how we develop and move forward in terms of our product and in terms of the relationships that we build with the stakeholders. And we have development collaborators such as the Makerspace, which is a place that we do most of our R&D and developments in. So the built environment comprises, as stated by this term, it's a human-made surrounding that provides a setting for human activity, ranging from buildings and parks to green spaces. This in turn then develops into neighborhoods and cities that we are currently living in. So this is essentially the overall supporting hub of communities and countries. Built environments and thriving cities then trickle into the overall country and the communities. So the built environment comprises mainly of aluminium, glass, and concrete. These are our focusing points and our integration properties that we are primarily targeting to create an innovative product in. So we are focusing, as mentioned earlier, on photovoltaics and the direct built environment. In our case, we are looking at innovating the photovoltaic, moving away from the traditional PV panel and focusing on a polymer-based PV, on a polymer-based panel that will allow for a greater integration into aluminium, glass, and concrete without the limitations of a rigid PV panel. So we will then be allowed to integrate this solar generative property in order to create sustainable energy for buildings, not only focusing on the top installation of the buildings, but the overall installation of the glass, concrete, and the aluminium. This here is a visual representation of the integrated solar properties with a building. So this kind of gives you an understanding of what we are aiming to do. So we have noted that the rise of cities then allows a rise of built environments such as skyscrapers and the overall buildings that we have in our cities. We see here on the stats by the World Bank that 55% of the world's population, amounting to 4.2 billion, will be inhabitants that are living in the city. This is an expected trend that will continue in the year 2050. Sorry, I kind of. Okay, all right. Going back to my presentation. So why we want to launch this need is because we have seen an industry trend Sorry, is this? I'd just like to ask, can you guys see the scribblings on my presentation? Okay, I shall continue. So as I mentioned, the need for the industry is based on a industry demand. Market trends in the built construction environment are hugely influenced by the overall building. Architects are currently in a place where they are building these buildings in order to allow green practices. And this is currently influenced by the energy efficient instruments such as LED lighting. And these are the current these are the current influences that are in the industry. So our current industry in the built environment and construction is influenced mainly by architects and by the instruments such as LED technology. We are currently in conversations with these two companies. One is a property development company, and then the other is a well-known architectural company. So these are the companies that have great influence in terms of how the built environment in South Africa is moving along. Why do we have the need to go for this type of development? Firstly, we will be greatly influencing the eco-friendly building designs, and we will want to see a change in the mainly the BRICS countries, because these are the developing countries that will see a greater need for a greener built environment. As the economy grows in these countries, so as we see the mushrooming and green design need for this in order to create a sustainable, we are now noticing that each country has a particular city that contributes grossly to the large GDP that is within that country, and each country then notices a greater influence of each city due to the population. So we can see in Brazil, Sao Paulo is the greatest city that churns out a significant portion of the GDP, which also inhabits quite a significant portion of the city inhabitants of that country. In Russia, this is the same. We see that Moscow is the greater influencer in terms of the GDP and also houses a large number of the country's inhabitants. In India, we see that Mumbai is one of the greatest cities in India, which also contributes a large portion of wealth in the entire country. In China, Shanghai is the city that is contributing the most gross domestic product. And in South Africa, we see Johannesburg as the single largest metropolis city that is also housing a staggering 25% of the country's population. So we see that most of the country's cities are the ones that contribute a majority of the population and contribute majority of the economical push. So what does this impact? This impacts the country's investment. We have noticed that cities that thrive then call forth investments such as blue chip companies. Those blue chip companies then establish their factories and then are enabled to contribute towards the overall society. This allows second and third world countries to have a greater development and to increase their economic participation in the overall globe. This allows for a development impact that is seen via food, shelter, and basic human care. We have seen that developed cities can then also allow for a development of the villages, communities, and this also influences an acceleration of innovation. This innovation can then be seen to create a positive change in communities and also scale the basic labor. And we have seen that the built environment and construction sector employs a large number of intermediate job creation, whether it's short-term job creation and long-term job creation. So in closing, we will need a further development for our product. And if we win this prize money from the BRICS challenge, we will then be able to then accelerate our pilot project for our product, which will then allow us to market this product to the property developers, to the architects, and to the overall companies that are the ones that are building these cities. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great job. I'm sorry for those scribbles, as I'm being told by the technical specialists. Somebody in the conference had his screen share also turned on. That's why you saw those scribbles. So if any of you have any kids around, please ask them not to interfere with the speakers. Let's ensure that we all have the opportunity to present the results of the important research. And now we are going to the questions. First, we have a question from Mr. Filio from Brazil.
Actually, I do not have question.
Oh, thank you very much.
Sorry.
Do we have any question from Nina Yunikina from Russia? Looks like we don't. Dr. Kumar from India.
No, thank you. It's a good project.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Dr. Jenny Guo from China?
Yes, I have a question. What's the cost of your project, and what do you say for the competitiveness comparing with the similar products that also using the growing technology, green technology for building?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So our biggest challenge right now is to compete in terms of having a product that will be cost effective. We aim to do this by increasing our demand, our market demand. And our cost right now is at 3,000 rands per square meter. So this would be equated to plus minus $300 per square meter. And this is quite costly in comparison to maybe having LED changes in your building, or maybe having an architect to design a building in a greener sense. So we are definitely looking towards to create a greater demand, which will reduce drastically our cost. And sorry, your other question was?
Is the mean competitive comparing with other similar products?
Okay, so the competitiveness of our product right now, we are looking at it as a greatly competitive product, because the two major contributing factors to green building in the world right now is either having a building that's designed to be energy efficient, or having energy efficient instruments in that building. This can also be seen in a sense of maybe having a solar plant close to the city center. But this is very quite rare. This is very quite rare, as we see in various cities. So we are looking at this as the most competitive advantage right now in this industry, because if we can have buildings that are built integrating the solar into their glass, aluminium, and concrete, then we won't necessarily have a need for the building to be designed or have instruments. The building in itself, with these traditional components, will be able to generate its own energy usage.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we do not have a question from Mr. Skosana, is that right? Okay.
No question from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. We are through with the first round of speeches from all the 5 countries, and now we are, I'm sorry, without any coffee break, we are moving on to the second part. And our first presentation will be from Arthur Enrique Azevedo Gonçalves from Brazil. We cannot hear you. Could you check your mic, please? I'm afraid I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, but I see you, but I do not hear you. On the left, in the left bottom corner of your screen, there is a symbol of the mic. Please click on the triangle and select the microphone. I cannot hear you yet. Once again, left bottom corner of the screen, the microphone icon, and there is a triangle for the options, and there select the microphone. Now I cannot. Then what? Yeah, I'm sorry for that. Let's try to fix it, and maybe we are moving on to the next presentation, the next speaker, and we'll return to you a little later. Okay, so do we have Ivan Shortsky from Russia?
Could you guys hear me?
Yes, Ivan.
No, it's not me. It's the previous speaker.
Oh, that was the Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then why don't we? Yeah, why don't we return to Arthur then?
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. We just need to pull your screen up here so that everybody would see you. Yep, we see you now and we hear you. And I guess you can start.
So I'm so sorry about the audio issues right here, but I think is working right now. I'm just starting to share my screen.
Great.
Okay. So my name, as already presented, thank you for the introduction. My name is Arthur Azevedo. I'm a master's student from Rio de Janeiro State University, and we perform our experimental work in the National Institute of Technology in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Our work is the synthesis of a magnetite RGO composite for the rapid photophantom discoloration of indigo carmine dye. So, first of all, I just want to talk about the textile industry in Brazil and the other BRICS countries. In Brazil, it's very expressive. It employs almost 17% of the manufacturing industry personnel here in Brazil. And the numbers are not different for the other BRICS countries. You can see that in this graph here, India, Brazil, China, they are among the largest world consumers of organic dye in the world. Textile industry for BRICS countries is great because we can generate a lot of jobs and develop many different regions, moving money. However, there is a problematic with this industry, which is the generation of effluent. So it is estimated that per kilogram of fabric, produced fabric or cloth, it is produced around 50 liters to 100 liters of effluent. And among the very used dyes in the world, there is the indigo carmine dye, which is this molecule here on top screen. And it is an indigo dye, anionic, and very soluble in water. Indigo carmine is also very stable, which is a problem for the environment. is largely used in denim fabrication, and is environmentally harmful, as I already said, and is associated with many different health complications, such as cancer. So there are many approaches of dye wastewater treatment, which the chemical processes are among the most promising right now. They are very studying right now, because they can use, we can use the photophantom approach, which generates hydroxyl radicals, and we can have the possibility of the pollutant mineralization, which means that we start from a big organic a molecule, and we can turn this organic molecule in an organic compound, such as water, CO2, and mineral acids. They are much more environmental friendly. So with the photophantom approach, many different semiconductor oxides have been studied. I will pay attention right now on magnetite, which is a good semiconductor, has a good biocompatibility, and has excellent magnetic properties. The last one property is very important because it can turn our separation of our composite from the medium very easier. So, and with that, there are many works and suggesting the association with graphene-like materials. So RGO is the abbreviation of reduced graphene oxide, this one here, and we can obtain them from graphite exfoliation. Just a little brief, graphene material is by definition, is a 2D sheet composed of sp2 carbon atoms in hexagonal form. Just to pay attention here, we are not reaching graphene, we don't need it. We just reduce graphene oxides already supplies our needs. So why studying and using these materials? China, Brazil, and India are among the top 6 largest graphite reserves in the world, and we can obtain graphene-like materials from graphite. And our BRICS countries are among the top 7 iron reserves in the world. So that said, the objective in our work was to simulate a indigo carmine dye solution, which is this blue solution here, and hopefully we could use our composite, which is represented by this like honeycomb like shape here, with the blue spheres, which are the magnetite particles anchored on reduced graphene oxide, to generate, by using a few amounts of hydrogen peroxide, to generate hydroxyl radicals that can attack indigo carmine dye. And after that, we can easily separate our composite with a magnet. Just to say that we also use a UV lamp to simulate UV radiations. So our experimental work starts with the production of graphene oxide. We can obtain graphene oxide, which is going to be our precursor, by introducing oxygen groups in graphite sheets. So this is done by the modified Hammer's method synthesis, and we can obtain this in our labs, which is this brownish solid here. So to obtain our composite, we use the obtained graphene oxide, and we add to an iron nitrate solution, and hopefully we can obtain by oxidation our magnetite on curation on reduced graphene oxide. So there is a oxidation reduction reaction here that allows that simultaneously we can get the magnetite anchored on reduced graphene oxide. We use a wide range of techniques in our work. Obviously, I will not talk about all of them here, but what is nice here is that all of them are complementary. The indigo carmine discoloration was evaluated by means of a batch reactor like this one here with a ejected reactor. So we pass water around the reaction just to maintain the temperature, and we use a UV lamp on top of it to simulate the UV light. And after that, we take a liquid and we analyze in a UV visible spectrometer to calculate the discoloration of indigo carmine dye in percentage. So, first of all, we can clearly see that our RGO sheets, our bare RGO, has not particles anchoring on it, but whenever we synthesize our material, we can clearly see the magnetite particles on RGO sheets. Another interesting thing here is right after our synthesis, if we approximate a magnet, we can see that our material is very magnetic. And we performed magnetic studies, and we observed that our material has strong ferromagnetic character. The X-ray diffraction, which allows us to study the oxides formed on our geosheets, showed that we successfully anchored particles of 21 nanometer size on our geosheets. So moving on to our application, the indigo carmine dye discoloration is represented in this graph here. We can clearly see that with just 5 minutes of reaction, our combination of our composite, UV light, and a few amounts of hydrogen peroxide discolorated 100% of indigo carmine solution. This could be due to a very narrow band gap of our composite, which is 1.33 electron volt. Moving on, as I said, we easily were able to separate our composite from the medium by approximating a magnet. And you can see in this graph here that we reached 100% of discoloration in the few minutes of reaction. This would be due to the main iron 3+, iron 2+ preservation. So our material, even after the first batch, our material preserves its properties, which leads to excellent photocatalytic activity in the first reuse. Here's a short demonstration of the separation of our composite from a liquid from the medium. So here we already discolorated the indigo carmine solution and approximated a very simple magnet, and we can see clearly the attraction of the composite to our magnet. So our work compared to the literature, we believe it is very promising because just in a few minutes, we can discolorate 100% of our catalyst. We also did not correct the initial pH, which can lower the costs. So if you saw some other works, they correct the pH just because they need the lower pH. In our system, this is not required. And we also do not use any noble metal. We can turn our costs more expensive. And here is a brief image of the indigo carmine solution, discoloration, and the separation. So, in conclusion, we successfully synthesized our material, and our analysis showed that magnetite was successfully anchored on our GO. The composite showed extremely active for indigo carmine discoloration. Reuse tests showed that the composite did not lose its activity, and composite is easily separated with a magnet. I just want to say a brief thing here. We strongly believe that our system, our material, is very promising to the industry because we have a very strong textile industry in our BRICS countries. We are also graphite abundant and iron abundant. So I believe we can use this in our advantage. Here is just a brief of our team. We have the three first that are my advisors, two from Rio de Janeiro State University, one from National Institute of Technology, and we have the last one, which is an intern and is very helpful for our research. We are also very thankful for the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation from Brazil, and National Institute of Technology and Rio de Janeiro State University from Brazil. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you guys like the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Now we do have a question from Mr. Filiu.
Okay, thank you, Arthur, for your nice presentation. Could you comment a little bit on the role of RGO in your technology? And it seems that it's just like a support. If it's not, have you looked at the cost-benefit rate for that material?
Thanks for the excellent question. RGO is not just a support in our case. RGO, if you saw the band gap that we calculated from our material, our band gap is very narrow band gap. Is 1.33 electron volts. So this might be due to the RGO properties. Also, RGO improves the electron mobility in our case. RGO also helps to anchor the magnetite particles and do not let the iron particles to oxidate to another product, maintaining its activity. And we are still looking for the economical impact of RGO. That's why we are using just a few amounts. But there are studies on the literature showing that if you use only the magnetite will easily lose its activity in the next few batches.
Thank you very much. We do not have a question from Ms. Yanikina. Do we have a question from India, from Dr. Kumar?
Yeah. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. The end application of this technology seems to reduce the water pollution. My quick question is, do you foresee some other use of this, good technology?
Could you repeat the last one part? Sorry about that.
I'm saying that, do you foresee some other use of this technology?
We are still, we started with this largely used a dye, which is the indigo carmine, but we still wanna expand our use for many other kinds of pollutants, such as for aromatic and pharmaceutical pollutants that we believe that our material could be used for.
Thank you very much. We do not have a question from China, and we do have a question from South Africa, from Mr. Skosana.
I apologize that the question has been asked. I'm fine with the answer. I wanted to find out if this technology has other areas of application and what is the development stages that needs to follow to test other areas if there are any.
Thanks for the question. We are just finishing our validation with our results in labs. We are looking forward to have a interaction with the industry or pilot plants that we could apply this material in pilot reactors, just to simulate better what happens. As I said, we are looking forward to expand for other pollutants. We have some. We are looking forward to first of all to using another similar dyes, and yeah, we are trying to looking for pharmaceutical, petrochemical, and other pollutants. We believe these would work for.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving on to Ivan Shorsky once again from Russia.
Hello everyone, can you see my presentation?
We can see you, and I guess we will see the presentation shortly. Yes, we can see it. Go ahead,
cool.
Please.
So, hello everyone. My name is Ivan Shorsky, and today I'll talk a little bit about ecological situation and especially of food waste recycling. So, in BRICS countries, for 1 year, around 50 million tons per year of rice husk is appearing every year. If you can just imagine this amount of waste, So you can cover the whole Earth's land with 1 meter thickness of rice husk. And for more visualization, the Russian painter has drawn this fantastic picture to show what is the rice husk production situation. But the problem is not only in a huge amount of waste, but in a kind of recycling this kind of the waste. So around 65% of all this huge amount of waste is burned. And of course, it affects on ecological situation in the rice manufacture regions in BRICS countries. Our main aim from the BRICS Forum is to find an international team to develop our project with BRICS countries, to share our technology, and finally, of course, to solve the whole rice husk utilization problem and convert waste in a commercial product. So what we offer? We designed two kind of machines. The first one is a stationary mill, which can produce porous rice husk granules as a material, as a filler for further production in the market. And the second is a mobile mill. So it's a kind of a mobile plant which can move directly to any region of any country and to solve the problem locally. So here is the parameters of our machine and the all other specification. So what we get? We get the granules. So here today I have few samples. It's a variety of granules with a different size and different shapes. We can get more spherical or more oval kind of granules. And what we get different kind of products. It can be tubes, it can be plates, it can be even blocks. So here again I have one more sample of blocks we are producing. And this kind of products we can use as a selling plate, as an eco packing, or as a wall winterization. Even we can build an eco houses, and which is quite important in my topic. We compete our product with different kind of other products presenting on the market. For example, we compete our plates with the gypsum placed boards, and we can get it more cheaper with the high porosity characteristics. And of course, it would be more environmentally friendly. If we compete our blocks with other kind of, for example, foam blocks on the market, we can get the same parameters of material, but of course, it's not so cheaper because it's eco material, but it still can solve the huge problem of rice husk utilization. Of the market. So of course, in Russia, we have a small amount of enterprises, so it's about 40. We have already got a partnership with one of them, and 5 of them are interested in our partnership. And the Russian market of the raw material of rice husk is only 2% of the whole global market. So we have a big chance to get a whole market using a BRIC countries cooperation. If we look for a final product market as eco materials, in 2015, it was less than 1% of eco materials presented on the market. In 2019, it was already around 6%. And we expect that in 2023, it would be already 35% of eco materials on the market, on the building construction markets. Our business model is presented with a strongly cooperation with the rice producing enterprises. So we share our equipment, we share our technology, and we get raw materials and enterprise from them. So, and finally, we sell our product to our last clients as a construction supplies enterprise to build new kind of houses, new kind of materials, etc. We have calculated our economic effect as a case for 15,000 tons of rice husk. So if we can get this amount of capacity, we can get around $1.2 million from selling this amount of materials. The social effect. Of course, we're focusing on a social effect too, because we can get new eco prefabricated houses producing in countryside regions, which is quite important for us. And millions of people in rice producing regions such as China, Vietnam, India, and other countries will get an opportunity to build their own houses. So our focus is not only on a huge rice husk manufacture. We are focusing also on a single peoples who are living in a countryside and which can use our technology, our equipment, and to build their own houses. So here is our roadmap. So we finalized the R&D part of our project, and now we are running the industrial tests of our technology, and they are successful. And we are looking for investments around $350,000 for building a mobile version of equipment. As I said, it can locally solve problem of rice husk utilization. Here is the project analysis and economical parameters. It was calculated in rubles. So here is for a case, as I showed in the previous slides, for 15,000 tons of rice husk. So our current results, we have patented our product, we have patented our machine. So we have several awards as the best product of Russia in 2015. We have presented our technology in different expos. And of course, we have partners from industry, from rice manufacturer, and we are supported by FASIA for developing us as a startup company. Here is our team, me as a project leader, and three Dimitris. It's all quite difficult sometimes to find who is who. Yeah, but so we are 5 members of a team, and we are developing this project. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be very happy to listen to your questions.
Great, thank you very much, Ivan. Do we have a question from Brazil, from Mr. Filho?
Yeah, could you comment a little bit about your view for the next 5 years of your project?
For next year, if you'll be granted with this prize, we will try to build an expo eco houses in any BRICS countries to show how our project works in a market. And for 5 years, of course, we are looking to increase our influence on the market, to enter for the eco materials market, and to sell our product.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from Ms. Yanikina? We don't have a reply yet. Do we have a question from India, from Dr. Kumar?
Yeah, just a quick question. Is it strong enough, sustainable, or offer tenacity apart from being eco-friendly?
So, as the composite of our material consists from 4 types of materials. So it's a rice husk, it's an air gap, it's a mineral surface, and like a kind of a glue, which is also eco-friendly. So yes, whole composite of our material are eco-friendly.
Thank you very much.
No, I'm talking about the strength. Yeah.
The density?
Strength.
Strength? Oh, so yes, if we add so there is a maximal amount of granules which we can add on a standard type of a blocks. So it's around 15-20%. But yeah, we are not looking for blocks as a construction materials for many stage buildings. Yeah, it would be 1-story building. It's not no more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from China, from Dr. Guo?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you very much, Ivan. It's very complicated and very impressive presentation. My question is, during the process from rice husk to eco material, do you have any residues, or how do you dealing with that?
Residues?
Yes. Anything left?
No. So we use just water. Yeah, and when it's dry, so no any waste.
100% from rice husk to eco material.
Sorry, the voice was wrong. Again, please.
It's going to be 100% transfer from the rice husk to eco material.
Yeah, sure. So we do not use any mechanical operations for a rice husk. We use it as it is, so in a natural form, and make this type of share.
Impressive. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from South Africa, from Mr. Skosana? We cannot hear you.
No question.
Yeah, no question. Okay.
No question.
Thank you very much. And we move on to the next presenter from India, Gyalapadi. We are getting connected.
Yes. Audible and visible my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Yellapadi from India. I'm presently pursuing a PhD at Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu in India. So I will be presenting presentation on drone-mounted agriculture sprayer for third BRICS Young Innovator Prize competition in the theme of ecology. So the application of crop protection material is a crucial component of pest management in agriculture. So the farmers are not ready to waste the agriculture due to the pesticide attack in the crop. So the farmers are currently following using manual spraying, tractor operated spraying, and piloted aerial spraying also the farmers are following. But the drawback is using manual spraying like that, slow operation, more drudgery, less area coverage, and less efficiency. So it comes to tractor operated spraying, the drawback is very difficult for operation in the wetland, especially in the wetland condition, and not suitable for especially small and marginal farmers. And the aerial spraying like that, wastage of chemical is huge high because of that heavy dust and wind. And for operating this one requires a skilled operator. And also for operating this one need a separate runway. These are some drawbacks. The World Health Organization estimated that there are more than 1 million pesticide death cases in every year. In that 1 lakh death observed in developing countries due to manual spraying of pesticide in agriculture field. So there was need to prevent harmful contact of chemical with the operator. In order to address this issue, there was need to develop a drone-mounted sprayer for precision delivery of chemicals to right place at right time. So developed drone mounted consists of 5 liter payload capacity. It lift 5 liter payload capacity with a 14 minutes of endurance time. So it covers almost 3 acres in 1 hour. And the cost of entire drone cost is Indian rupees 1,50,000 and 2027 in US dollar. The main benefits of this technology is covers the greater field area and saves a huge amount of time and cost, reduces drudgery. This technology would be useful where human intervention can be avoided for spraying of chemicals like paddy fields, orchard, crop, slopy, undulated terrains. So the complete functional components of the drone mounted sprayer consist of two pairs of lithium polymer batteries are used, and this is the exocopter frame for using for lifting up the 5 liter capacity. Totally 6 brushless DC motors are used and also mounted with propeller, carbon fiber propellers are used. So you can see the yellow color, the mounted 5 liter payload capacity below the entire base of that sprayer batteries, and also provide GPS compass for stabilization of the entire spraying operation. There are 4 types of flat fan nozzles are used for that spraying of liquid, and there is a 112 DC motor are used for pressuring the liquid from the fluid tank supplies to the 4 nozzles. This is AV display also provided. You can view the live operation during the operation. You can at ground control station also provided transmitter for that operating drone sprayer. So also provided bottom. This is called landing gear for safe takeoff or landing of the spraying. So these are the different functional component assembling time. So you can see the first making of that carbon fiber plate for mounting of different functional components of battery, other sensors and other motor, carbon fiber tubes and all. See here after that the mounting of that 5 liter payload conical shape square conical fluid tank in bottom of the sprayer unit. So you can see that brushless DC 6 motors are provided along with the propeller. So after that, all the landing gears also are provided at the bottom entire section. So all the sensor parts of that sensitive part, flight controller, DC motors and all other connections are provided here. So after completion of the development, then they did for calibration whether it is perfectly working or all the components are satisfactory and it's giving a proper propulsion or after that one. The final stage is that pre-filling test, whether it's like forward or backward or left or height, it's moving perfectly. You can check the pre-flying test before for any spraying operation. So this drone sprayer can be operate in two ways. One is for either manually with the help of transmitter. Another one is advanced feature that feeding of waypoints to the autonomous system. So autonomous system means like GPS coordinates of field boundaries feeding into the flight controller. So and it will when you are completing the feed controller to the flight controller, it go for option for that autonomous spraying. It will take auto takeoff, do the spraying operation, and it will come back to original point. So that is the autonomous spraying system. Apart from that autonomous spraying system, other advanced feature also, beautiful advanced feature also involved a battery low sensor during the spraying operation. If it is battery low, it will give commands to operator. And also it will show the water empty indication sensor during the spraying operation. And how many tasks of spraying has been completed, also it will show that in the display. And also sensor provided auto altitude adjustment sensor, like maintaining the height of spray during the undulation or slopey air. And also provide obstacle avoidance sensor, like that any high tension power or any trees in the during the field, it will give the commands to us that warning. And also 120 capacity FPV camera also provided. You can view the live operation in the ground control station. So after completion of the development, then did the calibration of developed drone mounted spray in the laboratory with the help of spray patternator. So this is, you can see that this is a complete big one is spray patternator for measurement of discharge rate, pressure, droplet size, spray uniformity, and sprayed liquid loss, spray size and all operated at a different height of spray at a different operating pressure and discharge. This is a laboratory experiment for measurement of different operating parameters. So this is the experimental setup for measurement of droplet size. So you can see the photographic samples are provided on the table above table. So operated at a drone at a 1 meter height of spray. The chemical methylene blue solution mixed with water soluble mixed with 0.75 ratio, and collection of the droplets and droplet samples and kept for 24 hours full cover that spreading, and analysis with the help of triangular microscope in the laboratory. So these are the field experiment and evaluated. It's a field evaluation in two crops. One is paddy crop, another one is groundnut crop. So some parameters are optimized in the laboratory. Those parameters are used during the field operation. The application rate was you observed 22 liters per acre, and forward speed we maintained 3.6 kilometer per hour. And also it covers during the one spraying, it covers almost 5 meters. And the actual field capacity, it covers almost 3 acres in 1 hour, and also measure droplet size and droplet density. So the initial cost of this drone mounted sprayer is high, like as I mentioned, 1,50,000 Indian rupees, and it's very difficult for purchasing, especially small and marginal farmers, because of the cost. The best solution is to reach this technology to small and marginal farmers through customering service basis. The process of the customering service basis, like the product the owner we have, he will do the service to the farmer on higher basis. Then he will collect the payment from the farmer on how much acre area covered. So this is the financial support from the some nationalized bank and other NABARD, National Agriculture Bank for Rural Development, are giving some financial support during the initial stage. So that I proposed a business one next 3 years invested for 10 lakhs during the first year for purchasing of 3 drones. For purchasing of 3 drones. Wait 1 second. For purchasing of 3 drones with a loan of terms 10 years, payment per year 12 with 12% interest. So this is the sales projection of 3 years. Next 3 years, the starting year purchased 3 drones, and also second year again 6 drones, 9 drones, like that. It covers 1 drones 3 acres in 1 hour. So we can expect 12 acres in per day with 4 working hour days. 4 working hours. So in one during the one season, it covers 200 working days per year. Same like that, working 800 working years you can get that in during the 1 year. The cost of customering charges fixed almost in Indian rupees 500 rupees for 1 acre. So this is the profit of first year, second year. So after deducting the total expenditure of all the years. So this is the industrial strategy of the drone technology in sprayer. It's very difficult, especially in the field of paddy, because of that wetland, and very difficult in the slope undulated. And the Indian farming comprises of almost 85% are small and marginal farmers, and allocation of labors for agriculture activities is declining every year. There is an immediate health concern about the farmers for operating the sprayer. So we can expect nearly 20 to 20% of growth every year for the drone mounted sprayer. So this is the growth and marketing action plan of the drone technology. What we have technology, we can give the service to the farmers on higher basis, and after service, you can get the feedback from the farmer, and you can increase the number of drones through Raita Samparka Kendra and agriculture research station participation. So again, after that getting the profit, you can invest the loan and get the loan and reinvest, and it covers the greater area, and spreading the technology from one region to another region through education institution and students participation. So these are some value proposition of drone sprayer. So it is helpful for reduction of greater injury, timely operation. For timely operation, it covers a greater area and minimizes maintain the crop health, and all provides better in occupational health and safety. So as compared to the traditional method, it saves huge 45% of time, 57% of labor, and 60% of money. So we can use drone for now sanitization purpose during the pandemic year of like a COVID-19 situation. The drawbacks is that it is cost of investment, initial cost is high, and requires some technical record. But this technology can come to low cost by financial support from the government. So this is the impact of this drone technology in BRICS countries. This is, as I told, that precision delivery of chemicals at right place at right time. So helpful for precision agriculture, reduction in cost of cultivation, increase the farming incoming, and address the health issue of because there is no contact of chemical between the farmers, and increase the production productivity because of that less investment of during the spraying operation. And gender friendly. And this is gender friendly because even women can operate this one. This is simply I acknowledge this entire research team, the research member and members of our research entire team. So they received your national and international recognition from USA and Government of Karnataka Best Business Plan, and also received Student Gold Band from New Delhi, and also received National Award. And we also demonstrated to the key officers of our agriculture, Government of Karnataka as well as Government of India, and also appeared in national media and in popular national media and press. So with this, I am concluding my presentation. Thank you, everyone. If any question like that, be open for discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have a question from Brazil, from Mr. Filio?
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you for your presentation. Very nice. Could you comment a little bit about partners from the industrial sector to help you to put that on market, or you are doing by your own company? It was not clear for me.
So for commercial application, this technology possible only through customering service basis. So some for during the initial stage, the Government of India like NABARD, National Agriculture Bank for Rural Development, and National Bank they are giving some financial support, and also Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, they are giving some subsidy to for scaling up this technology in rural, especially in rural area. So as I was told that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Atmanirbhar, and also we can get the profit of that rural employment opportunity by using this drone technology for customary service basis.
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Ms. Nina Yanikina. I will voice it. What is your vision about the territorial perspectives of your projects, about the geographical markers?
So initially we started. Okay. So initially we started this research work in Karnataka. So we optimized all the different parameters by using of that spray pattern scientific laboratory evaluation, also done field evaluation. So this technology we proposed to the Government of Karnataka. They are now ready for the sponsoring for the commercial application from starting from Karnataka, and we are expecting from covering from one state to another state. Because of this is a now burning topic, and it's most helpful for the especially farmer because it greater helpful for health issues.
Thank you very much. we do not have a question from Dr. Kumar, we do not have a question from Dr. Guo, but we do have a question from Mr. Skosana from South Africa.
Thank you for a nice presentation. My question is around your growth strategy.
Yes, sir.
What are the implications of skills required for drone operators or flight programmers in the growth of the business? Have you assessed the regulatory issues of flight controllers in large hectares? If so, what are the regulations at the moment in your country?
So there is no, sir, there is no much of skill required, operating skill required. As a diplomatic student from any institution, just because of that involvement of advanced future industry, any small skilled students can operate this technology. Because of that autonomous spraying involved, you can feed the waypoints to the flight control. It will take auto takeoff and spraying operation. It will come back to original point. And also even for that, it will create the employment opportunity, especially in a rural area. Because of that, the diplomatic student graduate can do this business plan. It will for creating the employment opportunity, especially in the rural area.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer and for your presentation. And our next presenter is from China, Hanyan Wan. We can see you.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi all, I'm Han Yang from GI, an AI technology company headquartered in Beijing. We focused on developing autonomous drone software platform and computer vision software. Today, my presentation will be two-part for both products and how we use technology to protect the environment. Our first product is GAS, Generalized Autonomy Aviation System. GAS is designed for fully autonomous drones. Drone is booming. 5 years ago, it was a $35 million market. Last year, it's grown to $2.5 billion market. 6 years from now, it will be $22 billion market. However, 93% of the drone are only used for consumer and industrial photograph. In other words, 93 of this $2.5 billion market is built on flying camera. Why? Here is the reason. If you want to use drone to conduct the power grid inspection, first, we need to drive to the tower. Second, hire a pilot to control the drone. Then hire another pilot to control the camera on the drone. Finally, a third pilot to control the workstation. We also need planning engineer and mechanics. Here is the problem. The average size of an industrial drone service team is 5 people. And as for a pilot salary in China, it's up to 3,000 RMB per day. It's about $500 US. To solve this problem, we developed GAS, Generalized Autonomy Aviation System. For drone manufacturers and enterprise, we provide them a software developing platform for autonomous aviation and operation controls. We considered UAV or drone as a robot moving in 3-dimensional space rather than a flying camera. GAS is composed of 4 major parts: the algorithms, the customized OS, the SDK, and the app. For example, SDK can accelerate developers to develop autonomous drones, and app can allow non-programmers to use autonomous drones. Through this model, we allow drone companies to develop autonomous drones 10 times faster through our SDK, and 10 times cheaper if they use our product instead of hire a branch of expensive programmer. Our business model is to provide enterprise software licensing and customization solutions. And you may ask, we have seen autopilot software as early as 10 years ago. So what's the difference between GAS and the traditional drone like DJI? So the traditional drone like DJI and autopilot are focusing on motion control. We can think of autopilot or traditional drone as a technology that transforms drone from flying in manual transmission into flying in automatic transmission. But autonomous aviation focuses on autonomy flight and operation control. It is the technology allows the drone to fly by itself and finish the tasks by itself, just like the level 3 or level 5 autonomy in the autonomous cars. So to help us acquire users, we have uploaded a basic version of open source on GitHub. I'm very excited to announce that Since we released our beta version of GAS at GitHub, we have been the fastest growing drone product in the world. Developers from more than 36 countries have joined us, including developers from all 5 BRICS countries. We are 4 times popular than a similar product from Intel. Here is an example of how we use GAS. It is a product we are working on with Northeast China Tiger and Leopard National Park near the Changbai Mountain, where we plan to use fully autonomous flying drone to lay out the fire detection of the entire mountain. Northeast Tiger and Leopard National Park is a model of cooperation between countries, with China and Russia coming together in the northeast of China and the Siberia of Russia to protect the Siberian tiger. So the park has 14,600 square miles of forest. So how to ensure the forest is not vulnerable to fire become a problem. Our solution is automate flight through the fully autonomous drones. We use the computer vision to detect the gaps between the tree canopies. Then we throw the temperature sensor into the trees. The entire process is automated and does not require any human involvement at all. So which means the drone will fly through the whole mountain area and put the temperature sensor into the tree canopies to protect the forest and the Siberian tigers. As for the computer vision, we are using our second product to train the neural network, our deep learning network. This software, we call it Taigu. Taigu is a GUI-based computer vision development kit that allows developers to complete the entire AI model development process within the Taigu user interface. No AI experience required at all. We were able to get industrial experts, not the programmers, to directly train the deep learning models. So this lowered the threshold for using AI. Let me give you an example of a project has already been implemented. It is about how we helped one of the largest Chinese animal conservation group, CFCA, Chinese Field Conservation Alliance, to protect the Chinese south leopard in Shanxi province. So a big task for animal protection is to developing a lot of trigger camera in the mountains and to photograph animals. Those photos will provide us a bunch of data about animal in the mountain where people cannot see them by ourselves. The data from the photos is then used to develop conservation programs. It is also a challenge, with millions of photos being taken each season, but most of the photos are invalid photos, and the animals in photos sometimes are hard to find. So every time when we recycle a camera, it takes a lot of manpower to keep count, and it's difficult for non-animal protection professionals to identify the animals in them. Therefore, CFCA has been facing the challenge of manpower shortage for a long time. For example, there is a vessel in this picture. Can you find it? So imagine if you have 10,000 photos per day that we need to check like this one. So this is the only meet difficulty photos. After CFCA staff trained the neural network models using Taigu, the job now are automated execution. Computer vision can now significantly free up productivities. Like this one, we are using computer vision to detect this vessel automatically by computer without human help. And this wall is much harder to see, like here. To be honest, I didn't see it by my human eyes. I only see it by computer visions. Here's another one. It's all taken at night. And here's the Chinese south leopard. It's a thing we need to see. So it's a really beautiful leopard. So this is another leopard. We call them M12. And this is only a tail from leopard. Not only leopard, we also can see it from day to night. And also we can see cattle in the mountain. This is fed by human. And also the wild boar. Wild boar is really hard to see because the adult wild boar and the young wild boar is totally different, just like 2 different species. And also this is a blur wild boars we detected by our computer vision program. And all those neural networks trained by CFCA staffs, not by programmers. And this is the leopard cat. And this is a red fox. And we also open source this program Taigu on GitHub, and it's really popular right now. And also all 5 countries are using our program. This is another red fox. This is a roe deer, only eye in it. and this is another roe deer. So we are a team of diverse professionals. I majored in mathematics from University of Waterloo. My co-founder has double degree in automobile engineering and computer science in Jilin University. One of our team members has helped the Chinese government to formulate the drone regulations. So I'm Han Yang from GI, and we are making autonomous drone software platform GAS and computer vision software Taigu. Thank you, and please feel free to ask me any question you want.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have any questions from Brazil, from Mr. Filho?
Oh yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So, could you comment a little bit more about other environments that we also need animal protection, but it's not forest necessarily. So, could you comment a little bit on that?
So you mean what can we help else for the animals, not only in forest, but also in other places, right?
Right.
Okay, yes. We are also working on another project. We work with a zoo. So for a zoo, it's really hard for them to know the condition of different animals. Because like, if you are at night, nobody on the work. So we put the surveillance camera in the zoo, and we are using the video detection to detect the different condition of different animals. Like for a tiger, if this tiger sleeps more than 8 hours per day, like it sleeps all the days, we can detect it by the video detections. So we can tell the zoo, like, okay, this animal maybe have some problems. So you need better for them to check. And also sometimes we also can do another detection. If you have 5 different tigers in the zoo, we can detect different tigers and how they move during the day and night. So this is what we can do for them. And the most good thing is we can let the zoo staff train the neural network by themselves. So which means we don't need to put a bunch of expensive programmers to train the neural network. We can let the zoo staff to train the neural network by themselves because they know animals better than us.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Nina Yanikina from Russia. What is your value proposition to your potential customers?
For most of our potential customers, the problem they have is the shortage of manpower. For example, like the thing we do in Changbai Mountains. So they only have less than 30 people working in the Changbai Mountains, but they need to check the 14,600 square miles of the whole mountains. So which means they cannot do everything by themselves. They need to let robots help them. So we see the drones as a robot moving in 3D spaces. We can help them do all the tasks by the drone itself without human help. So they don't need to hire like 10,000s of people to put the fire detection sensors into the forest.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from India, from Dr. Kumar?
Yeah. Thank you very much for very nice presentation. It seems that you are going to make the drones smarter, so that the common people who are not technology savvy could also use the drones. And it is good that some wildlife or industrial sewage or other use can also be established. But my question is, have you also examined the feasibility of having drones in the hand of common people from an internal security perspective? If so, share your perspective views on that.
So I understand your question is, can we let our drones used by the normal consumers, not only the professional, but also the normal people like us, right? So first of all, GAS is only a new product. We open sourced it early of last year. So our potential customer for now is we want to let the industrial users who use the drone every day to use our product and help them to solve their problems. And our next step, maybe next 2 or 3 years, we want to make our open source product much easier to use. That means even children can use our program by like writing only 1 or 2 sentences of programming code. So this is our aim. We are trying to make the program much more easier and more friendly for all the users.
Thank you very much. We don't have a question from Dr. Guo. Do we have a question from Mr. Skosana?
Thank you. No question.
No question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, last but not least, the presentation from Warwick Alexander Thompson from South Africa.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Can you still hear me?
Oh, yes, and see you as well.
Okay. Okay, let's go. As mentioned, my name is Warwick Thompson from South Africa. 2 years ago, I started a company called Sucrochem. And just an introduction to what my innovation is. Basically, I'm aiming to upcycle biorefinery waste to produce sugarcane wax through the means of supercritical fluid extraction. Now, just to point out, wax is a product that is in our everyday lives. It's everywhere in terms of polishes, it's in pharmaceuticals, it's in cosmetic products, it's in food, it's in a variety of food products and food applications. And it's extensive in the industrial, chemical, and product industry. So it's quite out there. So what I'm trying to aim to address with this innovation is firstly, the challenge is the global increase in demand for natural wax. The second challenge I'm aiming to address is the agricultural waste that is creating an ecological burden. The third issue is the high unemployment and low skill development in many BRICS regions. And lastly, the sugar industry, which especially in South Africa is facing severe adversity. So let's head into the first one. 97% of our waxes that we use today are sourced from non-sustainable petrochemicals. There's a lack of high quality natural waxes for high value application uses. And many of these natural waxes are actually getting synthesized from petrochemical sources. And there's also an increasing demand for vegan wax or just general bio-based waxes, natural waxes. And this often excludes beeswax because it's not vegan based. So ultimately there's supply limitations for existing natural waxes. Now onto the issue of agricultural waste. Sugarcane production, as with many other agricultural productions, produce waste. In the case of sugarcane, a lot of it is utilized, such as the gas is often used for electricity production or lignocellulose biorefinery feedstock to convert into other chemicals. However, such waste is often, such as filter cake, is often just becomes a waste product and has no significant value. And hence, some utilization does occur within the sugarcane industry, but often it's not completely circular. And it's like this with many agricultural industries and processes. The third issue that I'm aiming to address is the unemployment, high unemployment rates in BRICS regions. In particular, South Africa, we've got an extremely high unemployment rate, and this has caused a higher rate of inequality. And despite technological advances in the past, for all of us, there's more inequality being conjured due to the lack of human capital. And South Africa is ranked quite lowly on the human capital index list, which is disappointing. And one thing we can do to increase this ranking is to conduct more R&D and to build our people's knowledge base to produce more products and increase the number of jobs that we create. And the last challenge is that Brazil, India, China, and South Africa combined produce over 70% of the world's sugarcane. And South Africa specifically, I've done extensive research into this industry over the last few years. We employ over 85,000 people, and this supports 1 million people in the country. And I'm sure for the other BRICS countries, it's far greater due to the size. However, in recent years, there has been some adversity, mostly stemming from the low price of sugar, which is affecting several countries in the world that produce sugarcane. And the ideal solution is to diversify the industry. This will create more security in terms of your product portfolio. And ultimately, it can be done through creating other chemicals or through upscaling waste products, such as sugarcane wax. So diversification is really the key to the industry, and it'll in turn support the economy and utilize waste. And in the case of sugarcane wax, you can get all four of these issues addressed by supplying the natural wax market. So those four issues are highlighted are pretty much what we're trying to address. So what is the solution? Well, sugarcane wax, as I've outlined, this forms the dermal layer of the sugarcane wax stalk and makes up a low percentage of its total mass. It's composed of both hard and soft lipids, which are quite useful for several applications. And it's a great substitute for beeswax or carnauba wax. As I said, it can be used in high-value applications, which it never has been able to before. And I'll get onto that now. Another use of it is polycosanol, which is a cholesterol-lowering agent. So why has it never been used before in the intended way that I am to use it? Well, the first issue is that it's been conventionally extracted from filter cake, which is very lowly concentrated in the wax. Alongside this, there's also been the use of toxic solvents in its extraction, which has excluded its use in high-value markets. So it's not looking too well. And as petrochemical waxes became popular several decades ago, it replaced this sugarcane wax, which was once an industrial wax. And since then, it's never really featured in the market. So my innovative solution is to utilize a waste source from a specific South African biorefinery that produces a high-value chemical from sugarcane waste. And the waste, in turn, is super highly concentrated in wax, up to 53%, which is 10 times greater than conventional sugarcane wax waste sources. It's never been commercially exploited. There's been no research into this. And it has the capacity to produce 250 tons of premium wax per year. And as an example of what this equates to, it's 150 million tubes of lipstick. So it's quite significant, even though it seems small. So it can really be, the value can really be captured in this. So basically just an overview here. Sugar is typically produced. The fibrous byproduct of that, in this case, is converted into a high-value bio-based chemical. And the waste from that, in turn, has high concentrations of wax. And that wax can be utilized to produce high-value products. I'm currently negotiating a 15-year exclusive offtake agreement with this sugar company. I've currently got an agreement in place for research and development for 4 years. So the science behind this innovation is quite simple. It's called supercritical fluid extraction. Many of you may know it, especially in the physics and chemistry departments. It occurs when CO2 gains a raise in temperature and pressure. It reaches the supercritical phase where it exhibits both the properties of a liquid and a gas. And it becomes a useful solvent which can get passed through the waste, and the wax can be extracted and separated from the CO2 once again. It's beneficial in this case because it avoids the use of toxic solvents such as conventional sugarcane wax extraction. And it has desirable properties because you can target specific properties of the wax. So you can extract them in different phases. So basically, CO2 starts off as a liquid form, and then it gains an increase in pressure and temperature. And then it's passed through the waste in an extractor. And then the CO2 and the wax travel into the separator, where the wax is extracted and the CO2 gets recirculated into the system. So basically, the innovation is to adapt supercritical fluid extraction to a never before exploited waste source. Previous research has shown using conventional filter cake from sugarcane waste that this is possible, and it actually has an improved extraction efficiency. I've consulted with some leading experts in supercritical fluid extraction, and they see this as very promising and a highly viable business concept. So where are we today? Well, traction to date is currently sitting in the middle here. We've gained access to the waste. We've pre-processed it in the lab, And we're currently sitting at the point where we need to conduct CO2 extractions on the wax to determine the final costs and parameters of the extraction. And from there, we need to take it to the market. The funding required for such is about 20,000 US dollars. This will allow us to get advanced, to advance quite a bit in terms of our research, both commercially and scientifically. Now, the market for this, I spent some time 2 years ago traveling across Europe, speaking to people, because I'm an economist by default. There is a growing market for natural waxes, and as you can see, the compounded annual growth rate for such is 8% per annum, which is greater than the petrochemical waxes, or all waxes in general. But there's an unmet demand for these bio-based products, and from all these specialty chemical suppliers that I spoke to, they were universally positive in their projections for this sugarcane wax that I proposed to them. And these are some of the brands, the suppliers that I've been engaging with. So there's great optimism in the concept. The team is myself, and I'm supported by Professor Stark at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban. She's highly respected in her field of sugarcane biorefining. And then on the advisory side, I've got 3 UK professors, 2 of which are leading experts in supercritical fluids, and one being with extract. Okay. Yeah. So the financial model reveals that the internal rate of return is 62% for this small scale extraction facility that I aim to develop. I'm running short on time, so I'm just going to fast forward here. So there's the direct impact is economic impact, skills transfer, employment, both short and long term, and upcycling of agricultural waste. And the further extrapolation potential is this. Firstly, we can extrapolate into other supercritical fluid extraction and potentially diversify into extrapolating towards untapping the sugarcane potential worldwide. And this is over 3 million tons. So there's vast potential in this field. And by starting small, we can gain traction and ultimately possibly change the wax industry as it's always been known.
Thank you.
I just feel, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, time is up, but thank you very much for your report. Now, do we have any questions from Brazil, from Mr. Filio?
No, I have no question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Russia, from Nina Yanikina. How do you see a project in 5 years?
Okay, so over 5 years, should we get funding for this in the short term to do research? We'd like to have this research conducted within the next 2 years. That's market and scientific research, technical research. And from there, get investment funding and ensure that the market, the offtake agreements are in place. So in 5 years' time, we hope to be established and commercially producing at near 100% capacity.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from India, from Dr. Kumar?
Yeah, thank you very much for nice presentation. A very quick question. Whom do you see a potential taker of this technology?
A potential extractor.
Potential taker of this technology. Taker. Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear. You mean in terms of the user, the final user?
Yeah. Who will commercialize this technology? Who will take the technology from you? The potential taker.
Okay, so the technology exists already. We need to apply it to the product that we've got. The long-term aim is to then retain any IP that we gain along the way, to gain that ourselves. And the technology itself will be outsourced from, there's many foreign producers of the technology. The wax product that we produce, we aim to supply to specialty chemical suppliers in Europe, and for use in several applications. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And we do have a question from China, from Dr. Guo.
Yes. Thank you, Alexander, for your presentation. My question is, Could you share us more information about steps for development of your idea?
Steps in terms of getting it to commercial, the commercial phase.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
perfect. So currently we've conducted typical oxide extraction in the lab, but this is anyone can do this, and that's been done before in terms of conventional extraction. So the next steps we need to go through are to get our pre-processed waste products into a supercritical CO2 extractor. However, this technology is not readily available in South Africa because we need much higher temperatures and pressures than normal, up to 600 bar. So once we can get funding to outsource this research or to oversee it, we can then get a lot more feedback from potential markets. I can take the product to the clients. So we can get market feedback for its application. And then we can also narrow down on the financial modeling of the costs of the commercial project. The current costs that I've based my modeling on is extraction costs for maize stover for corn. So those are the steps involved.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do not have a question from Mr. Skosana. So that means that we are through with today's presentations. And I would like to thank those of you who have presented the projects today. Thank the adjudicators for their attention and for their questions. And just a reminder for them to send the tables that you have completed within 2 hours from now, please, to the addresses that you have in an email from Albina Kutuzova. And I would like to thank all of you who listened and watched it with great interest. In a very short while, we'll be starting a science stand-up battle, so please stay tuned and don't leave.
I wanna feel your breath without any rest. I wanna see you sing, I wanna see you fight, 'cause you are the real beauty of human rights. Makes my body dance for ya.
Dear friends, welcome to Science Stand-Up Battle. A few words about this activity. The aim of Science Stand-Up Battle is to speak about your current research in a fun and simple manner. The presentations will be held today and tomorrow at 2 p.m. Moscow time. Please make adjustments for your local time. It should only be based on the speaker's personal research, a maximum of 7 and a minimum of 5 minutes per speaker. The winner will be determined by you, by the viewers. Forum participants can vote using the link BRICS-YSF2020.ru/media. So that's the media section of our website, and there is a tab Science Stand Up. You will be able to start voting tomorrow after 6 p.m. Moscow time. That is after noon Brasilia time, 8:30 p.m. New Delhi time, 11 p.m. Beijing time, and 5 p.m. Pretoria time. So make sure you support the speaker that you like. We have quite a few contestants, actually even more than we had expected, including 3 videos from the hosts who are not members of the official Russian delegation, but they volunteered to take part in this stand-up battle, and the organizers granted their request. So no more talking, it's time to watch now. And our first video is from Arthur Henrique Azevedo Gonçalves from Brazil. Please enjoy.
Hi, do you know what graphene-like materials are and how it can be used to treat dye effluents? Today, I'll be briefing you how a magnetic composite would be a good alternative to treat dyeing pollution. My name is Arthur Azevedo and I'm a master's student from Rio de Janeiro State University in conjunction with National Institute of Technology from Brazil. Brazil has one of the biggest textile industries in the world and is responsible for developing regions and employing almost 17% of the Brazilian workers of manufacturing industry. Therefore, Brazil is one of the biggest organic dye consumers in the world. You can see the other BRICS countries in this graph. However, it is estimated that 50 liters to 100 liters of effluent are generated for each kilogram of produced fabric. One example of a worldwide used organic dye is indigo carmine. Indigo carmine is an anionic dye with an intense blue color, very used for denim fabrication. Despite of its splendid color, indigo carmine can be environmentally harmful. Besides, indigo carmine is associated with many different health problems, such as cancer. This problem becomes worse due to its high stability when disposed in the environment. Therefore, new technologies are required to discolorate textile dye effluents. Now, do you remember the magnetic graphene-like composite I told you opening this video? What if I tell you that we can rapidly discolorate an indigo carmine dye solution with this material? Besides, that we can recover this material with a magnet to be used in the next batch of indigo carmine effluent. Okay, first things first. With each passing year, the term graphene is gaining more interest in the scientific world. But what exactly are graphene-like materials? Well, graphene can be obtained by the graphite exfoliation, and it's known as the thinnest material due to its carbon atom thick. It is defined as a 2D sheet composed by sp2 hybridized carbons in a hexagonal form like a honeycomb. There are the 2 interesting graphene-like materials, graphene oxide, GO, and reduced graphene oxide, RGO. The first is oxygen-rich, while RGO is obtained by the reduction of these oxygen groups. Okay, you just said nothing to me. Why do all these things matter? It matters because graphene-like materials have excellent electronic, mechanical, and textural properties. Graphene-like materials can form excellent composites with iron oxides, for example. Better yet, Brazil, India, and China are among the countries with the largest reserves of graphite. And why iron oxides? Iron oxides have many interesting properties. Magnetite, for example, is a good semiconductor, has a good biocompatibility, and it's cheaper than titanium, which is a good photocatalyst, for example. And look what coincidence we have here. Our BRICS countries, most of them are iron abundant. That said, the objective in this work was to synthesize magnetic iron oxide particles anchored on RGO sheets, turning this material composite to discolorate indigo carmine dye solution, which is a widely used organic dye in the world. This is possible due to a process known by photophantom process, which generates hydroxyl radicals to attack indigo carmine dye molecule, producing water, CO2, and mineral acids. It is much better for the environment, isn't it? And after all this happened, we still can easily recover the catalyst by approximating a magnet. In this figure, you can see the reactor we used to evaluate the indigo carmine dye discoloration. You can also see here that we used the UV lamp to simulate UV radiation to activate the photocatalyst. Also, we used the ejected reactor to maintain the room temperature. Each liquid we took was analyzed in a UV spectrometer to observe the indigo carmine discoloration. Now, let's jump into our results. X-ray diffraction patterns show that graphite, GO, and RGO are carbon materials, but they are completely different. X-ray diffraction also shows that magnetite particles were formed on RGO sheets. You can see here all these peaks related to magnetite. You can also see this in microscopic analysis. RGO shows a compacted sheet morphology, while the composite has the magnetite particles on RGO sheets. Furthermore, after we synthesized the material, we approximated a magnetic bar to the composite and we observed that the composite was magnetic. This graph here shows the indigo carmine dye discoloration in function of time. We can note that with 5 minutes of reaction, our composite discolorated 100% of indigo carmine dye solution. After the first reaction, we recovered the catalyst with a magnet and reused it in the second cycle. Once again, 5 minutes of reaction were enough to discolorate the indigo carmine dye solution. X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy, which is a surface analysis technique, shows that we have a iron 3 plus, iron 2 plus ratio of 1.9, which means that magnetite particles were preserved even after the first cycle. The excellent performance of this composite can be attributed to the composite narrow band gap. A narrow band gap means that we have an excellent electromobility, which is the key factor for a good photocatalyst. Here is a short video showing that with a simple magnetic bar, we can easily separate our composite from the medium. In conclusion, our results showed that magnetite particles anchored on graphene-like materials would be a promising alternative for the dyeing remediation. Furthermore, our countries are graphite and iron abundant. We can use that in our advantage. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. And when the situation is over, I hope to see you guys here in Brazil. Thank you very much and muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Arthur. And now it's time to watch a video from South Africa, from Luis Botha.
Well, hello there. I will be giving a brief introduction into greenhouse gases and how green energy solutions can eliminate the production of greenhouse gases. The population is increasing rapidly. And to keep up with this rapid growth, energy production, industrial production, and transportation has to keep up. This leads to an increase in the production of greenhouse gases and pollution. Now, how does greenhouse gases cause global warming, you say? Greenhouse gases form a dense layer around the planet. Normally, the solar radiation from the sun is reflected back into space. However, due to the dense layer of greenhouse gases, the solar radiation is not reflected into space, but instead gets re-emitted back onto the planet's surface. This causes global warming and climate change. The adverse effects that climate change has on the planet is more notable from observation of nature. One noticeable effect concerns the oceans. In the figure, the increase of pH level in the oceans results in the death of coral reefs. It's important to notice that coral reefs are responsible for housing numerous marine life and oceanic plankton, who are the major producers of oxygen in our atmosphere. The simplest solution to reduce greenhouse gases is by switching over to green energy. Green energy is energy obtained from renewable sources such as solar energy, wind energy, and hydrogen fuel. In hydrogen fuel, water is split into hydrogen and oxygen using electricity, where oxygen is then released into the atmosphere and hydrogen is stored as a fuel. This is conducted by using electrolyzers. On the other hand, energy can be obtained by recombining the hydrogen and the oxygen to form water. This is done using fuel cells. In a fuel cell, as you can see, the hydrogen loses its electron. The electron moves from the anode all the way to the cathode, where it forms with the oxygen and then combines with the hydrogen that is present to form water. However, these fuel cells and electrolyzers are hindered by a large overpotential which is required for the reaction to occur. Not only that, the reaction is also hindered by slow reaction kinetics. To overcome this, electrocatalysis is required, which speeds up the reaction and lowers the overpotentials. Now, in order to overcome these hindrances, a suitable electrocatalyst is required. A suitable electrocatalyst can be designed by using properties of a primary metal, such as platinum, enhancing it with a secondary metal, such as nickel, to make electrocatalyst. Now, these electrocatalysts can then be fine-tuned to be used for other fuel cells, electrolyzers, or both, if it's correctly fine-tuned. There are two types of research that can be performed to get the results. One is from experimental research. Second is from theoretical research. Experimental is using a laboratory, such as Dexter's laboratory, but theoretical is using complex computer simulations to calculate results. Theoretical research is an ideal type of research for studying various properties of materials due to the advantages of using computer simulations, which allows the researcher to narrow down all the possible types of material required as electrocatalysts. This then enables the experimental chemist to take the results, perform it in a laboratory, and then verify the results to obtain suitable electrocatalysts for either fuel cells, electrocatalysts, or both. Therefore, reaching the goal of green energy can be achieved by collaboration between different types of research. It's not limited to experimental or theoretical. There's all kinds of different research fields that can be used. But this is the end of my slide. Thank you very much for listening and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you. We enjoyed your animations. And our next video is from India, from Sandeep Samvanshi.
Hey, hi, how are you? Why are you looking so nervous?
Hi, I just came from hospital. Doctor told me that I have a cancer.
Oh. But don't be nervous. Nowadays technology is so advanced. So it can be cured.
Yeah. Doctor told me that it can be cured with radiotherapy. But I know it's a lengthy and costly process. Also, it has many side effects such as sickness, hair loss, eye irritation, skin problem, etc.
Yeah, that's true. Radiotherapy has some limitations in cancer treatment. But what about cooking cancer with magnetic nanoparticles and hyperthermia?
What? I didn't understand.
I am talking about magnetic fluid hyperthermia therapy. It is an advanced method based on nanotechnology which has emerged as one of the promising methods for cancer treatment. I am working on this method at my university lab.
Looks interesting to hear. Can you please elaborate it for me?
Yeah. Why not? Basically in this therapy, magnetic nanoparticles are introduced into the tumor, and then they provide the thermotherapy.
What? Did you say thermotherapy?
Yes. The thermotherapy raises the temperature of the tumor cell while keeping the surrounding healthy tissues at a lower degree of body.
But how these nanoparticles generate the heat?
If we put a magnet near the nanoparticles, they will line up with the magnet. If we want the nanoparticles to move, we can move the magnet and the nanoparticles will follow. If we want the nanoparticles to move quickly, we can use an alternating magnetic field. The nanoparticles follow the magnetic field and move to always align with it. If the alternating magnetic field moves quickly, so will the nanoparticles. When they move quickly, they start getting hotter and hotter. If they are in the body, this can increase the temperature of the cancer tissue around the nanoparticle, which is called hyperthermia. This can be helpful in treating cancer. Let's look at an example. This boy has a tumor, but doctors are going to help him by using magnetic nanoparticle therapy. First, the doctor injects the nanoparticles directly into the tumor. Since the nanoparticles are really small, they move randomly around the cells. Now the doctor puts the tumor in an alternating magnetic field. This makes the nanoparticles move very quickly, and if they move quickly, they will start to get hot. Really hot. The temperature can get so hot that the nanoparticles start to hurt the bad cells, and the tumor can shrink over time.
Oh, I see. You use the magnetic fluids to induce the hyperthermia that raises the tumor temperature.
You were right. We use magnetic fluids. It is a liquid that becomes strongly magnetized in the presence of magnetic field.
You said magnetic nanofluid contains magnetic nanoparticles. So the magnetic nanoparticles, each billionth of a meter in size, can seep into the tissue of the tumor cell.
Yes, this is due to the high permeability of these vessels. Magnetic nanoparticles are really small particles, about 1,000 times smaller than a single cell. Thus, it is possible to magnetically target these fluids to cancerous tissues intravenously.
Oh. And afterwards, these magnetic nanoparticles can be heated by exposing the tumor to an alternating magnetic field.
Yes. This causes the tissue's death by heating. The process is called magnetic fluid hyperthermia.
Which you call thermotherapy.
Exactly. Temperatures in the range of 41 to 45 degrees Celsius are enough to slow or halt the growth of cancerous tissue.
However, these temperatures also destroy healthy cells. So this is your challenge, to use hyperthermia treatment to increase the temperature of tumor cells for about 30 minutes.
Yes. And yet maintain the healthy tissue temperature below 41 degrees Celsius. We also have to pick the right material for the nanoparticles.
Ah. So what material do you choose? Because platinum and nickel can be toxic.
This is really a good question. We are using biocompatible iron oxide nanoparticles, which are highly stable and responsive to magnetic field. When we send the nanoparticles into the body, we need to add a coating. It's like a hard shell coating that covers the particles. The coating helps the nanoparticle work correctly without hurting any other healthy cells. If you put a bunch of nanoparticles in your body without a coating, they could all clump together. This would be bad because they could clog an area in your body and not get to the right place. So we add coatings. We need to pick the right kind of coating that help the nanoparticles go to a specific part of the body. In our recent work, we have shown that coating of the nanoparticles enhances the biocompatibility to better extent.
Fascinating. Is this method currently available in the market for treatment?
No. The method is under clinical trials, and hopefully it will be approved very soon.
Thank you very much. I am so glad to have a discussion about this with you. I hope this method will be approved very soon.
Yeah. Hope so. See you soon. Take care. Bye. The global cancer burden is significant and increasing day by day. According to World Health Organization, the cancer burden is estimated to have risen to 18.1 million new cases and 9.6 million deaths in 2018. Predictions suggest that by 2040, there will be more than 29.4 million new cases each year. Cancer productivity losses due to cancer disease are one of the major concerns of the BRICS countries, and it highlights the need for advanced diagnosis and treatment modalities through the development of multifunctional nanomaterials that allow for point-of-care engineering. By eliminating the need for highly specific and costly equipment, this class of diagnostic and therapeutic materials can be easily implemented in the BRICS countries, which could have a massive impact, not just on the health of individuals, but also at economic level. So, let us come together and fight with cancer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. And we have one more video from India. This time it's from Prasenjit Ghosh.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. I am Dr. Prasenjit Ghosh. I have recently completed my PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, India. I am a BRICS Young Scientist Fellow, and in today's Science Stand-Up contest, I will be talking about human waste, its concerns and treatment challenges. This is a broad research area and I work on a particular field that I will discuss subsequently. On daily basis, an adult human produces about 100 to 250 grams of feces and 600 ml to 2.6 liter of urine. Feces contains 75% water and 25% solids, whereas urine contains 94% water and remaining solids. It takes about 12 hours to convert food into feces in the 30 feet long gastrointestinal tract in the human body and 9 to 10 hours to produce 2 cups of urine. Now I will discuss what is sewage. It is a mixture of human wastes along with sanitary items, toilet papers, pads and diapers, other waste residues and huge amount of water. There are two important terms, black water and grey water. The black water contains human feces and urine mostly. Grey water contains wastewater generated from wash basins, bathroom sinks, bathtubs, washing machines, etc. Black water contains fecal solids and urine solids, which is huge if we consider waste generated by a community on a daily basis. Hence, we should see poops and urine everywhere, but we don't. Why? Because it gets treated by sewage treatment plants constructed all over the world. Now, why treatment is required at all? Because human feces can contain diarrhea, cholera, typhoid, hepatitis A causing microbes that can contaminate drinking water if disposed untreated, and it can also contaminate crops if these are grown by sewage irrigation. Poor treatment conditions contributes to 10% of the total disease burden worldwide. This pie chart shows the fate of freshwater withdrawals for various purposes worldwide. It can be seen that 8% of consumed freshwater leads to sewage generation. It is worthwhile to mention here that 24% of globally generated sewage is contributed by the BRICS countries only. With respect to Indian scenario, 78% of sewage remains untreated, which is a major concern. So, what are the usage options of feces and urine? While human feces can be used to produce fertilizer and biogas, aged and recycled urine can also act as fertilizer. But treatment is important before such uses. Various treatment options are available, such as chemical, thermal, physical separation and biological treatment. Biological processes have been found more effective with recovery options of valuable products such as methane, which is a biogas, biofuel and fertilizer. Human feces has significant economic value. It can produce around $9.5 billion worth fuel, and methane produced from it can generate enough electricity for 18 million households. Various measures have been undertaken to improve sewage treatment worldwide, such as Sustainable Development Goals, which were set by various water regulatory agencies to improve the water quality by the year 2030. In India, Swachh Bharat mission was undertaken, which began with toilet construction as its major focus. Treatment innovations have also been made which include production of poop briquettes which has similar energy content as of coal. Innovation of bioelectric toilets have been made that use treated sewage for flushing toilets and at the same time harvesting power from treatment to illuminate bulbs which can be used at night. One major implementation of innovative treatment was made in the form of bio toilets in Indian trains with an aim to create a discharge-free green corridor wherever Indian Railway runs. Earlier, what used to happen, suppose you are crossing a road which has a overhead railway bridge and a train is passing at the same time, and suddenly you feel something smelly on your head. By the time you realize, you are on social media. The railway tracks also used to remain very dirty with various colorful poops. Open defecation of human feces has reduced significantly over time due to such innovative implementation. However, there are some treatment challenges. Widely varying solid content in sewage and its composition often reduces the effectiveness of its treatment in the sewage treatment plants. The combined waste stream of feces and urine is also a major problem for treating. Bioelectric toilets are less power efficient. It is difficult to illuminate bulbs of high wattages. The social acceptance of bio toilets is also a major hurdle towards its implementation in India. Antibiotics get released into the environment through human feces and they lands in water bodies from treated sewage disposed by sewage treatment plants. Certain microbes are evolved that are often immune against multiple drugs. It is a cause of serious concern. This is, however, the proposed field of my research. According to a recent research done in China, fecal matter plumes generated during toilet flushing could spread COVID-19. Hence, it is a new challenge to the scientists. Now you can see the picture of a dog which has just pooped and is thoughtful about the fate of its poops. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's an unusual view of this topic. And one more video from India from Anupma Thakur.
Hello everyone, people call me Smokey and I love it though. Reason is simple, I make this environment smoking hot. I think of engines in an earth state of mind. Behind the walls of these engines, life is defined. It's all about airborne particles and liquid particulates, oxides of nitrogen, sulfur and carbon. Yo, I'm Smokey in an earth state of mind. Cars, scooters and planes are my favorite. And love for you people is always great. Straight out from the hot dungeons of this nature, I'm able to raise the temperature by 1 degree. Yo, I'm Smokey in an earth state of mind. To put up a fight against ozone. I never thought I would see that train. Crazy, quiet and beautiful like a plane. When I was young, my enemy had a chain. I was kicked out and without any disdain. Now, it's time. I'm gonna move your son. Yo, it's Smokey in an earth state of mind. But there's a deja vu. Like there's a slippery light, quite a bite. I can't take that fatty researcher. I can't take that hydrogen anymore. Damn! This Smokey dream again. I'm sick of it. This Smokey anthem is really troubling me a lot. People think of their favorite foods, adventurous places, and even new adventures like paragliding. But I think of the Smokey and hydrogen all the time. Yes, I'm talking about hydrogen, the greatest weapon that we have in our armory. This hydrogen can not only defeat Smokey, but also provide us with the clean future fuel. Yes, come on, I'll show you how this actually happens. This is the photoelectrochemical cell in which the water is getting split into hydrogen and oxygen in the presence of the solar light. Now, I will briefly explain by telling a tale of two friends. Those are photons and the cunning anode, who are very jealous of the strong chemical friendship bond that exists between the oxygen and hydrogen molecule of water. Now, this very smart and cunning anode plans a conspiracy in which it utilizes the photons, which are basically the carrier of electromagnetic energy from the sun. So when these photons falls at the surface of this anode, the electron hole pair formation takes place, and then this anode, without wasting any time, surpasses all these electrons via super fast tunnel to this cathode, and then the holes which are left behind at the surface of this electrode participate in water oxidation reaction, and this hydrogen here has a strong and passionate love towards electrons, gets attracted to the cathode, and the oxygen ion, which does not at all like electrons, stay back at the anode and combines with holes to produce oxygen gas at the surface of this electrode, while the hydrogen ions which are formed gets collected at the cathode, attains all these electrons and form hydrogen molecule as a product at this electrode. Here. Now this basic principle solves as the mechanism for photoelectrochemical cells being used today. And now the actual question is that will these oxygen and hydrogen ion ever meet again? Will they form water again? And the answer to this question is yes. They will one day definitely meet when we will utilize the stored hydrogen as a carrier, as a fuel, as a clean fuel in vehicles. And when this hydrogen will be used as fuel, it will combine with the oxygen molecule from the air to form water as a product and produce huge amount of energy. And this hydrogen is the only solution that we have to kill and destroy the evil objectives of smoking. And now let's salute to the long lost friendship of this hydrogen and oxygen. At the end, I would like to say thank you. I am Anupama Thakur, the faculty researcher, signing off.
Well, thank you very much, Smokey. That was fun. Our next video is from China, and it's from Wan Hansang.
Hi, I'm Han Yang from GI. GI is a technology company headquartered in Beijing, and we are focusing on AI, including computer vision, and we are also making fully autonomous drones. Today, I will show you a short documentary about how we are helping one of the largest Chinese animal conservation group, CFCA, to protect the Chinese south leopard in Shanxi province. Please enjoy.
华北豹是唯一只生活在中国的一种豹子，我们是它们在这个星球上唯一的邻居。野外的华北豹现在已经非常稀少，我们最不希望的就是这种美丽的豹子像华南虎一样在野外消失。我们这个团队叫猫盟。 是一个中国本土的这个野生动物保护的机构。那么我们在山西这个地方呢，在这儿已经来了断断续续来了有10年了吧。他那边相机就在这儿。你看这个拍的是个狗獾。我们从13年到14年，就是我们的队员加上北京师范大学的这个科学家，我们一起在这儿工作。当时有4、5个人吧，大概花了有整整1年的时间吧，布置了大概200多平方公里的这个范围啊。当时相机大概已经布下去70、80台吧，一直到2018年，现在是接近500平方公里的这个监测范围。那么相机呢，大概是100台左右。这个就是红外感应器。 这个是触发那一部分是吗？对，这是触发，这是拍摄，这是红外照明。这地方特别亮，你看过来，这地方正好太阳形成一个光斑，形成一个强烈的热对比，所以它就会触发。有时候我们装相机它基本上是没法避免的。一段视频，比如说拍15秒， 它一个相机有时候一下子就拍了可能好几百段。所以我们在任何一个地方，我们说我们要监测这儿，至少我们要花半年到1年的时间，才能把这儿的这个动物的情况啊，基本上做到心中有数。
我以前是做动物行为学研究的，来到猫盟之后呢，有80%的时间大概都花在看数据上边了。先把这数据用电脑一张一张的看，或者是一段视频一段视频的看，看了之后把它按物种分了文件夹，再把它整到Excel表格里面，然后再计数，计完数之后出图，整个过程差不多怎么着都得1个星期吧。
我们泛华智能和猫盟合作半年了，但是这半年里面又不知道多少动物就没了，这个，所以在我看来，有一些工作就不应该人去做，比如看照片这种工作，你人的工作应该是放到更宝贵的事情上，比如上山去收集数据。所以我们一直认为这些看照片的工作应该让计算机视觉去做，让电脑自动帮人把这所有工作全部完成。
所以后来就是跟GI 跟泛华智能的汉阳我们认识了以后，他一说这个，我就觉得特别好。我说这个东西可以极大的解放我们的这个生产力。
所以我们做的就是把基础软件提供给他们，他们基于我们的软件训练出自己合适的模型，来识别他们想要识别的物种。
我现在呢，把我的经验和知识交给电脑，就能够在1-2个小时之内处理过去我需要1个星期才能完成的数据处理这种工作量。
当下凡那边能够更高效地处理完所有的数据，我们也就能够更及时地获取这儿的山里面野生动物它现在的状况。那么这意味着我们的保护会更加高效，我们能够更好地保护这儿的这些野生动物。
Thank you very much. We really enjoyed the nature that you have shown us. We are actually halfway through our videos today. And now it's a video from Russia, from Yevgeny Alexandrov.
Hello everyone, I'm Evgeny Alexandrov from Samara, Russia. And Samara is located in the breast of Russia. Therefore, it can be called the heart of Russia. And the shape of Samara region looks like a heart. Samara is famous by producing rocket engines and by oil industry. Today I want to talk about how artificial intelligence and new materials help us save the planet. You know that greenhouse gas affects the climate change on the Earth. For example, it produces greenhouse effect, and this heats up our planet. I think many of you feels the change of climate. For example, this winter in Samara was very snowy, and my daughter was able to dig a cave in snow hills. Another problem is radioactive contamination, which can destroy all life on the Earth. And cancerogens are produced by many industrial companies. These compounds destroy our genes and cause cancer. But what are the solutions of these problems? Maybe we can move to another planet, but I think not in the nearest time. Science gives us very good opportunities for solving these problems. For example, science gives us new sponge-like materials, which were discovered very recently. And these materials have a very perfect order because they are crystalline, and they have also very nice cavities. And these cavities are very small, and at the same time they have very large surface area. 1 gram of such compound, such crystals, can have the surface area equivalent to the football field. Because of these cavities, these materials can capture CO2, which is the main part of greenhouse gas. They also can capture radioactive iodine. and they can capture cancerogens. For example, they can clean up water from dichromate anions in minutes. At the same time, we have very big question. There are so much porous materials, but which of them are the best for given application? And to answer this question, we use special tools, theoretical tools, because it is impossible to synthesize all these materials and check their properties in lab. And we make classification of already known properties of these materials to make prediction of unknown properties. For example, we have a porous material, and this material can have triangular or rectangular pores, and these pores can be constructed by building blocks of different geometry, diagonal, prismatic, square, or octahedron. And many different chemicals can have such geometries. This kind of collaborations compose the knowledge base. Knowledge base is a part of expert system, and expert system have books, brains, and language for communication with user. And user can ask expert system, what is the best material for this kind of application? And expert system can, before answering, it can ask again, what do you mean exactly? What kind of details can you provide me more? For example, what kind of pores do you consider? And so on. And after clarification of these questions, inference engine can produce new hypothetical structures and also give the list of the best materials which are already synthesized before. This is what we do in our research work. We create decision trees, we predict new materials, and make simulation of these materials using our program package installed on the supercomputer. And after this, we go to lab for making synthesis. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, tomorrow you'll be able to vote for the ones that you like, for the videos that you like. And now we continue with one more video from Russia, from Ivan Fedosov.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Ivan Fedosov. I am a second-year postgraduate at South Ural State University. My area of interest is development of measurement technique and data processing. Today I will tell you how to determine that you are you. Wait, it's too easy. Today I will tell you how to determine that you are you if you're not a person, but a measuring device, for example, a temperature sensor. Imagine a situation. You leave work and feel all symptoms of the disease. You have headache, fever, arms and legs ache. You take your new electronic thermometer, measure your temperature, and see 36.6. I don't believe it. You find another electronic thermometer, measure your temperature elsewhere, and see 36.5. You don't believe it, shout you. Try to find your old mercury thermometer. It shows 39. Wow, you are sick. To be precise, you confirmed you are you because your electronic thermometer is also sick. Unlike humans, measuring devices or sensors have a strictly defined function to measure flow rate, pressure, or temperature. At the same time, sensors don't have additional sensations. However, like humans, sensors sometimes get sick, and it is very bad because measurement errors come at a price in industry. For example, in 2019, casting industry lost around the world about 2% of the volume due to temperature measurement error. Look at this value, $315 million. In addition to economic losses, incorrect measurement of process parameters can lead to technical accidents and human casualties. Our goal is to help sensors to determine their aches and to tell about it. Today we have focused on temperature sensors as they take up to 50% of all sensors in industry. Industrial temperature sensors are electronic devices that consist of primary transducer and electronic unit. The primary transducer consists of special selected metals which properties vary with temperature. The electronic unit digitize these properties and convert it in temperature. The most common solution for improving reliability of temperature sensors is to duplicate them. To do this, we placed the second temperature sensors near to first one. However, the second sensor doesn't guarantee that it will be able to determine in time that the first sensor is sick. Also, the second sensor may get sick before the first sensor, and moreover, they both may get sick together. How have we led the sensor to tell us more about its state? The first method is similar to work of a fitness tracker. We can trace our pulse continuously by themselves, but we can use fitness tracker for this goal. The main question in this approach is how to find a pulse signal from many other signals of the human body. For example, some fitness tracker can find even cucumber pulse. Trust me, I've checked it. So, in the first option, we add another metal to the primary transducer of the sensor, whose properties also dependent on the temperature. It allows us getting an additional information about sensor. Then we extract information about the state of the sensor by our algorithms, determine the current diagnosis of the sensor, and the remaining time of its trouble-free operation. In another way, we predict the death time of the sensor. The main difficulty of its method is how to extract information from modified sensor design. We have learned to do this. The second method is similar to choose a watermelon, as it happens in Russia. You come to the market, choose a beautiful watermelon, knock on it, and try to hear something. The main questions in this method: where should you knock, on the watermelon or on the head? And how do you interpret the sound heard from watermelon to choose a? Seriously though, it looks like this. We send test current signal to the primary transducer of the sensor and receive a response containing additional information. Then we extract information by our algorithms, determine the current diagnosis of the sensor and the remaining time of trouble-free operation. The main difficulty of this method is how to acquire the response and extract additional information from response. We have learned to do this. Today, our project is 2.5 years old. During this time, we have conducted more than 1,000 hours of testing, and we have developed 2 prototypes that are able to determine their state. In addition, we represent the real demands of industry in our products. We are negotiating with some companies from production aircraft engine components to production of automobile tires. Sensors, they are almost like people, and also they sometimes get sick. Our mission is to help sensors to determine their state and to tell about it. However, our technology is not widespread yet, so if you feel bad and the thermometer shows 36.6, you should consult a doctor. Thanks.
Thank you, Ivan. I hope nobody feels sick. I hope everybody feels fine. And our next video is from India, from Nishant Kumar.
I'm Nishant Kumar, Early Doc Research Fellow at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. I am from India, and today I am going to present my project work. This project work is totally based on the artificial neural network based control techniques, and this control technique has used for the solar PV energy generation system utilization improvement. Means that here the utilization factor of the solar PV energy generations will improve by using this artificial neural network based control technique. In this project, this type of solar network has considered. Means I have used one solar panel for extraction of solar energy from the sun, as well as the generated solar energy we will use for the all the local loads and household loads, and after that all the extra power will be fed to the grid. And in some cases, suppose our load demand is high, then on that situations we will take the extra energy from the grid to match the load or local loads. It's like this type of system has considered, but the problem with this system is this network will only use for the 8 to 9 hour, because sun will available only for 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. like this, so it will work mainly for 8 to 9 hours. The question is, what is the use of this entire network during the night time? Means night time means 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Around 15 to 16 hour, this entire solar network is totally useless. Means that because in night time the power will directly come from the grid and use for all the loads. But what is the use of this solar circuit? Solar circuit in general looks like this. In this circuit, we can see that a solar circuit is consists of one or two converters. Mainly for we will use two converters, means that one converter for the power extraction from the panel and another converter for extracted power conversions into AC. And then because all the our local loads are in general AC in nature, so this DC to AC conversions we use one converter. But question is, this system will work only in the daytime, but in the what is the use of this entire circuit in the night time? In night time, both converter and capacitors and filters and all interfacing inductors all will useless. Only the power will come through the grid and go to the so we can conclude that the entire solar network or solar system will useless during the night time, and in night time is around 2/3 of the whole day. So the utilization factor of this entire electrical network or entire solar network will useless for 1/3 of the time. So how we can improve this system, or how we can use this network for some other purpose? This is the key objective of this whole project. So here in this project, I have developed a new technique for operate this electrical network in night time also for some other purpose. Here mainly this network will be used during night time for reactive power generations, because for reactive power generation required only two things. One is a converter, which is here, and another is here the capacitor which is on the DC link. So this capacitor and converter can use in during the night time for reactive power generations. I know during the night solar power will not available, so solar active power generation by using the solar panel is not possible. But this at least some portion of this electrical network can use for some other purpose, and the purpose is reactive power generation during the night time. And we know that all AC loads require two type of energy. So some part of energy is active power and some is reactive power, and both combinedly required for any AC load. So the reactive power will generate by using this network, and the active power only will come from the grid. So both electrical network and grid will fulfill the load demand. So here I can conclude that this network will operate during the night time for reactive power generation, which will support the grid in the terms of reactive power generations. So the burden on the grid will lesser during night for fulfill the reactive power load demand. For that purpose, this control I have developed. In this control, I have used the artificial neural network, which is based on ANOVA kernel least mean square algorithm. And in this control, this neural network techniques mainly for the estimation purpose, and this estimates the active and reactive power requirement of the load, as well as unit temperature generations, which has uses for the synchronization with grid. So this ANOVA kernel here works for two purposes: one for the load power estimation, and another is the grid synchronization. This is the electrical network of this artificial neural network, where I have shown the weight updating process, how this updating process is happening. During this updation process, the data is circulating from input to output side, and as well as input is coming from the load current. This is the entire block diagram of the neural network which I have used. This is totally based on the single layer neurons, and this is the all mathematics in the block format I have shown here. This is the experimental setup which I have used during my testing. What algorithm I have tested for testing purpose. This is the experimental setup on which I have developed. The obtained results are shown here. In these results, we can see that the 1.82 kilowatt power is going into the grid, and the load demand 1.92 kilowatt power is going to the load. And this results I have obtained during the daytime. Here day to night mode of operation is shown, means that during evening time how the system will work, means during the daytime the power PV is generating power, but in night time the PV power is zero, but still the power is coming, means in the night time the power is coming from the grid and going to the load. Here it shows that during the night time the power is coming from the grid, but the reactive power requirement of the load is generated by the grid, our circuit. So this is shown here. But in the daytime, the both reactive power and active power is generated by the electrical network, as a solar network, and the daytime the only generated extra power is going inside the grid. Similar type of result is shown into the night to day mode of operation, means in morning time how the system will operate, means in night the solar power is zero, only the grid power is coming and going to the grid. Similarly here during the night time reactive powers is shown and then going to the grid. Similarly the same operation has shown tested in different type of other conditions also, means the linear load unbalancing conditions, over voltage grid conditions, under voltage grid conditions, as well as the grid voltage unbalanced conditions also I have considered for the testing. And this is also shown that 32% unbalance in the grid voltage, but current is totally balanced, and like this. So that I conclude that the AI based developed technique for the solar is highly suitable, as well as it improves the overall performance of the electrical network, as well as utilization factor of the electrical network also improved by using this AI based control technique. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Nishant, for your video. I have information from our technical team. It's a request to all the participants who are presenting tomorrow. Please join 1 hour before the beginning of the forum, because we need to check your presentations, which will take up to 10 minutes. After that, you can leave and join anytime. Thank you very much. We have 3 more videos to go today, and this one is from China by Liu Yang.
Hello everyone. Today we are going to briefly introduce a new matrix product named as semi-tensor product or matrix, and how it is applied to the researches of Boolean networks and chain networks. We firstly see 2 simple examples of matrix product. For example, given matrix A with dimension 2 times 2 and matrix B with dimension 2 times 2. Then under the general matrix product, we can obtain its product is this 2 times 2 matrix. However, if matrix B is a row vector, it is not well defined for the matrix product of matrix A and B. So how can we define the matrix product for this example? So let's see what is semi-tensor product of matrix. Semi-tensor product of matrix is defined based on the chronic product of matrix. The chronic product of matrix is defined as this equation in definition 1, which extends the dimension of A and B. Then we see the concept of semi-tensor product of matrix, which is actually the generalization of common matrix product, because under the semi-tensor product of matrix, we can product 2 matrices with arbitrary dimensions. Here we no longer need set n equals p. And we can also see that where n equals p, the same tensor product of matrix is actually the well-known general matrix product. For example, given a 3 times 3 matrix A and a 2 times 2 matrix B, it is invisible under general matrix product. However, it is well defined under the same tensor product of matrix, and its final product is actually a 6 times 6 matrix. Note that Boolean networks is a network where nodes are connected with logical operators. For example, the negation operator, conjunction operator, disjunction operator, conditional operator, and the biconditional operator. The detailed truth table for these logical operators are shown in this table. For example, given p equals 1, its negation is 0. Logical function is a function with several logical variables x1, x2 to xn, and each logical variables are joined by logical operators like negation, conjunction, and so on. This is a simple example for a logical function with 3 variables pqr. Then, before we learn how to apply the same tensor product of matrix to Boolean networks, we define an equivalence between logical variable 1, 0, and the vectors del2, 1, and del2, 2. This means we define an equivalence for the logical domain to the vector set delta. Under this equivalence, any logical function can be equivalently expressed by an attribute matrix form. Then we can find a unique structure matrix for any logical operators. For example, as for the negation operator, we can find the matrix Mn, and a conjunction operator, we can find matrix Mc, and so on. So the logical expression, we can express it into matrix form. Under the equivalence between the logical expression and its matrix form, we can now study the logical dynamics of Boolean networks under the matrix form. As for Boolean networks, by expressing the logical variables using vectors, we can finally express the logical dynamics of Boolean networks under the matrix form. xt plus 1 equals to matrix L times xt. Xt is the same tensor product of x1 to xn. And as for Boolean control networks, where some external control inputs are added in Boolean networks, one can also find the matrix form xt plus 1 equals to matrix L times ut times xt. Here, matrix L is called the state transition matrix, describing the whole state space. For example, consider a Boolean network with 3 nodes A, B, C. The logical connection between these nodes are given by these functions. So we can find a unique matrix L with dimension 8 times 8, which uniquely describes the state space, how the logical states update. It is well known that the dynamics of T-cell can be modeled by Boolean networks with 19 nodes. In the research of drug treatments in curing cancers, one needs to regulate the dynamics of T-cell into a stable configuration. Now, let's see how to regulate the dynamics of T-cell using the same tensor product of matrix. The T-cell has 9 nodes, and this is a network structure, how the genes are connected with each other. Using control design, we can regulate 15 gene nodes and design the controllers. We can finally regulate T-cell from non-stable dynamics to a stable dynamics. See, before control, there are many cycles and fixed points. However, after control, there only exists one fixed point. This control method is very efficient, and we can find how to regulate T-cell to a stable dynamic. Recently, many fundamental works have been obtained under the matrix framework. Xt plus 1 equals matrix L times xt, such as the topics of synchronization, observability, disturbance decoupling, game theory, function perturbation, and so on. These are some fundamental references on the researches of Boolean networks using the same tensor product of matrix. In the end, I wish the conference great success and wish all of you success in your work and happiness to your life. And welcome to visiting Zhejiang Normal University, Jinhua, China. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have one more video from Russia by Sergei Pavlov.
Come here. My name is Sergey, and what do you think this is? It's sugar, yes, but for me it's primarily a crystal. As you may know, crystals are found everywhere around us. For example, precious stones, which we stick in the jewelry, are crystals. Crystals also may be found in phones, computers, telescopes, mechanical watches. Rubies are used for mechanical watches, and this is how untreated ruby that we grew looks like. We are material scientists, but we're also partially alchemists. But unlike them, we can create materials with the required properties for science and technology. With rubies and sapphires, for example, we can control color and growth parameters. Color, which is associated with concentration of chromium, determines the mechanical and optical properties. Mechanical properties are extremely important, for example, in watch stones. And optical properties are important in laser technology. Color and size are of course fun and interesting, but our team is interested in more subtle matters. So we have focused our attention on the world's top subject ferrites. Due to their unique crystal structure, they have uniquely high anisotropy, and these materials can be used in microwave electronics. The management of such subtle matters is the top class of material science, and already we have achieved significant success in this field. For the first time in the world, we have achieved 50% substitution of iron atoms with the aluminum while preserving the initial type of crystal structure. So we've got the material with this chemical formula. And already we can vary the ferromagnetic resonance of barium hexaferrite in the more than 100 GHz frequency range. And for the first time in the world, we have created a new type of ferrite with this chemical formula. And we call it the V-type ferrite. All this is possible due to cationic substitution of iron atoms in the hexaferrite structure with aluminum or titanium atoms, with magnetic moments and ionic radiuses different from iron. This ensures that the integral properties of the material can be tuned. For example, substituting just 2 of the 12 iron atoms with aluminum shifts the frequency of ferromagnetic resonance from 50 GHz to 100, while substituting them with titanium lowers the frequency to 5 GHz. All these changes are happening due to differences in size and magnetic moments between iron and replacement cations. The crystal lattice is distorted, and consequently the anisotropy of the crystal changes as well. Also, if you use, for example, thin plates of ferrite single crystal, in addition to the dopant concentration, you can choose the required crystallographic plane and direction, which gives us an additional option for fine material tuning. The material developed by us is promising for creating anechoic chambers for high-precision measurements, composite materials for use in the medicine, and gas sensors. Customizable materials are the future. Customize your materials, create your future.
Well, thank you, Sergey. And we have one more video, the last video for today. It's a different format from the science stand-up, but the guys from Penza State University really wanted to share with you their love for their campus. So please enjoy this video by Sergey Sorokin from Russia.
Dear colleagues and friends from Russia, Brazil, India, China, South Africa and other countries. It's a great honor for me to welcome you all from Russia during this 5th BRICS Young Scientist Forum. My name is Sergey Sorokin and I am the one of those Russian scientists who are currently working on big data and artificial intelligence. I was born and raised in my hometown called Penza. Even though many of you know only 2 Russian cities, I mean Moscow and St. Petersburg, there are a lot more other interesting cities in Russia, and Penza is one of them. Actually, Penza is a very beautiful city. It is not too far away from Moscow, and I'm very proud to live here. And now we are on Penza State University campus. Penza State University was founded in 1943 and it is the largest university in Penza region. After my 2nd year of studying at Penza State University, I had been invited to one of the best scientific groups in Penza, working on intellectual image processing. I was 19 years old back then, and I had been programming for 2 years by this time. My first supervisor was a full professor named Mikhail Alexandrovich Sherbakov from Penza State University, and I'm really grateful for everything he has done for me. He really had helped me a lot in the beginning of my scientific path, and only now I can fully understand how important the first professor can be. I am sure you will agree with me that science people are very sensitive and vulnerable. That is why they can be easily insulted, and any accident can simply destroy their possible career in science. Nevertheless, let me continue my story. Working really hard day by day, I became a small part of a large scientific community in Russia. And I am really happy to have been working as a scientist from that moment, to have been working with prominent Russian scientists. My scientific interests include deep learning and image processing using machine learning. I am also working with big data, especially how we can use big data for prediction. I am sure we will have a lot of time to discuss this in more detail during our forum. What I would like to underscore is that even in Russian relatively small city, you can do a really good research. I am happy to mention that here in Russia we have practically no restrictions on the access to the internet, and our access to international scientific databases is fully granted. For example, now I am working with my colleagues from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and we are doing a great job together. Of course, because of COVID-19, we have to avoid real meetings, and we have to use Skype and other software for communications. But sooner or later, we will definitely find a way to properly cure this disease and to prevent its spreading. But for the meantime, we will do our best as a science community. It looks like our little video journey has come to an end. I hope one day we meet each other in Russia and have a good meal together. I wish you all a successful and productive forum. Thank you very much for your attention and stay safe.
Thank you very much. That was our last video for today. Just a reminder, please vote for the Science Stand-Up performance that you enjoyed most of all in the Media tab at the forum website. You will be able to do so tomorrow starting at 6 p.m. Moscow time. If any of the participants of our forum have not sent in their presentation yet, please do so today. And well, let's call it a day. Thank you very much for your attention. Tomorrow we start as usual at 2 p.m. Moscow time. That means 8 a.m. Brasilia time, 4:30 p.m. New Delhi time, 7 p.m. Beijing time, and 1 p.m. Pretoria time. See you tomorrow.